Welcome, welcome, welcome to Phoenix What If. Prepare yourself for an exciting journey through What If Harry discovered a system menu in the cupboard under the stairs and gained infinite mana. If this story touches your heart, don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Share it with someone who loves a good tale. Here we go. Chapter 1, The Interface Awakens. The cupboard under the stairs was Harry Potter's entire world. For cramped walls, a sloped ceiling that forced him to hunch over if he stood up too quickly, and a thin mattress that might as well have been made of cardboard. 7-year-old Harry had learned to find comfort in this confined space, not because it was pleasant, but because it was safer than being in Uncle Vernon's line of sight. Tonight, Harry nursed a growling stomach and a bruised shoulder where Dudley had shoved him into the banister. His cousin had broken yet another television by hurling a controller through the screen during a tantrum over a video game. Naturally, Harry had been blamed. Freak, Vernon had spat, dragging Harry by the collar and throwing him into the cupboard. No meals for 2 days. Harry curled his knees to his chest in the darkness. He'd grown used to hunger, the hollow feeling that gnawed at him from within. But acceptance didn't make it hurt any less. "I wish," Harry whispered, then stopped himself. Wishes were dangerous things in the Dursley household. Wishes led to hope, and hope led to disappointment. A spider crawled across his pillow. Harry watched it, feeling an odd kinship with the creature. Both of them unwanted, both making homes in forgotten corners. "At least you can leave whenever you want," Harry muttered to the spider. He closed his eyes, trying to ignore the painful emptiness in his stomach. Sleep would make time pass faster. Sleep would let him escape, if only for a little while. Something changed. At first, Harry thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. A faint blue glow seeped through his closed eyelids. He blinked, squinting against the sudden light. The cupboard was bathed in an ethereal blue radiance that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. Harry sat up so quickly he banged his head against the sloped ceiling, hardly noticing the pain. The light coalesced, forming crisp, luminescent lines that hung in the air before him. Words materialized in the empty space. Text system interface detected compatible user found initializing. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He reached out tentatively, his small fingers trembling as they passed through the glowing text. It rippled like water, then reformed. Text: welcome, Harry Potter system initialization complete, infinite mana core activated. What? Harry whispered, his voice barely audible. The blue light pulsed gently, as if responding to his voice. New text appeared. Text system tutorial available. Would you like to proceed? Yes, /No, Harry stared, mouth agape. Was this some kind of trick? Had Dudley somehow rigged his cupboard with a projection from one of his video games? But no, Dudley wouldn't waste his precious toys on Harry, and certainly couldn't have created something this magical. Magical. The word resonated in Harry's mind. Strange things had happened around him before, hair growing back overnight, suddenly finding himself on the school roof, the vanishing glass at the zoo. Each incident had earned him punishment, as if the Dursleys were afraid of these inexplicable events. Could this be connected? Heart racing, Harry reached toward the floating, yes, option. His finger passed through it, but the text flashed in acknowledgement. Text tutorial initiated. Basic functions: mana manipulation, physical enhancement, object interaction, perception expansion. The word shimmered, then transformed into a glowing sphere that hovered at eye level. Text: mana is the energy of creation. You now possess an infinite supply. Focus your intent to shape reality. Harry blinked rapidly. Focus my intent, he murmured. The sphere pulsed once more. Text demonstration: extend your hand and imagine light. Harry hesitated, then slowly extended his palm upward. He imagined light, warm, gentle light like he'd seen streaming through windows in other people's homes. Homes where children weren't locked in cupboards. Nothing happened. Harry's shoulders slumped. Of course it wouldn't work. Nothing good ever. A tiny spark flickered above his palm. Harry gasped, nearly losing his concentration. The spark wavered, threatening to disappear. He focused harder, picturing the light growing stronger, more stable. The spark expanded, blossoming into a small orb of golden light that hovered an inch above his skin. It cast warm shadows across the cramped confines of the cupboard, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air. "I did that," Harry whispered, awestruck. "I really did that." The blue interface text reappeared beside his glowing creation. Text successful mana manipulation first skill acquired, light creation. Harry stared at the hovering ball of light, a smile spreading across his face, a real smile, not the forced one he wore to avoid trouble. For the first time in his young life, he felt something beyond resignation and quiet endurance. He felt powerful. The next morning, Harry woke to Aunt Petunia's sharp rapping on his cupboard door. "Up. Get up now." Harry's eyes flew open. For a moment, he wondered if he'd dreamed the entire thing, the glowing interface, the ball of light. But as consciousness fully returned, he felt something different inside him, a wellspring of energy that hummed just below the surface of his awareness. He concentrated, focusing on that sensation. The blue interface appeared instantly, hovering before his eyes. Text system menu, status, skills, inventory, quests, boy. "Are you listening to me? Start the breakfast." Petunia shrieked, unlocking the cupboard. The interface vanished the moment the door swung open. Harry climbed out, blinking in the harsh morning light. Had Petunia seen anything? Her pinched expression showed only the usual disdain, nothing more. She couldn't see it, Harry realized. The system was visible only to him. "Sorry, Aunt Petunia," he said automatically, heading toward the kitchen. As he prepared breakfast, Harry's mind raced. Last night hadn't been a dream. The system was real, and apparently, so was his infinite mana. But what did that mean? What could he do with it? He flipped bacon mechanically while mentally calling forth the system interface again. It appeared instantly, visible only to his eyes. He navigated to status with a thought. Text status, name, Harry Potter, age, 7, health, 78/100, malnourished, mana, infinity/infinity, active effects, mother's protection, unknown, magical core, bound. Harry nearly dropped the spatula. Mother's protection? Magical core? What did that mean? "What are you gawping at, boy?" Vernon bellowed, waddling into the kitchen. "Is that bacon burning?" Harry quickly flipped the bacon. "No, Uncle Vernon." Vernon grumbled something about ungrateful freaks as he settled his massive bulk at the table, disappearing behind his newspaper. Harry served breakfast to the Dursleys, receiving nothing but a thin slice of toast for himself. As he ate his meager portion, he wondered about the malnourished status. Could he use his newfound abilities to help with his constant hunger? Later, as Harry tended to Aunt Petunia's garden under the sweltering summer sun, he decided to experiment. Making sure no one was watching, he focused on the physical enhancement option. Text physical enhancement options, strength boost, endurance boost, healing, nutrient generation. Harry selected it immediately. Text nutrient generation activated, converting mana to essential nutrients, malnutrition being addressed. A warm sensation spread through Harry's body, like drinking hot soup on a cold day. The perpetual emptiness in his stomach began to fade. Energy flowed into his limbs, making him feel lighter, more alert. Harry couldn't remember ever feeling so good. He straightened up, rolling his shoulders experimentally. The constant ache that he'd grown so accustomed to that he barely noticed it anymore had vanished. "Boy! Are you daydreaming again?" Petunia's shrill voice came from the kitchen window. "Those weeds won't pull themselves." "Yes, Aunt Petunia," Harry called back, but the words lacked their usual resigned tone. He returned to pulling weeds, but with newfound vigor and the beginnings of a plan. He would need to be careful, smart. The Dursleys feared and punished anything they considered abnormal. If they discovered what he could do. Harry shuddered at the thought. No, he would keep this secret. But he would also learn everything he could about his abilities. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter had a power that was truly his own. Over the next few weeks, Harry experimented with his abilities in careful, measured ways. He learned to create small objects, a pencil when Dudley stole his at school, a handkerchief when he needed one, a wrench when Uncle Vernon demanded he fix a pipe under the sink. The objects weren't permanent, dissolving back into mana after a few hours, but they were real enough to be useful. More importantly, they gave Harry a measure of control over his life that he'd never had before. He could generate nutrients to stave off hunger during punishments, enhance his speed slightly to avoid Dudley's gang, and create light to read books in his cupboard late at night. Small freedoms, but precious ones. One afternoon, Harry sat at the back of the school library during lunch break, hidden behind the reference section where Dudley would never venture. He called up his skill list, which had grown substantially: text active skills, light creation, level 3, object manifestation, level 2, physical enhancement, level 2, mana vision, level 1, sensory expansion, level 1, passive skills, nutrient generation, level 4, accelerated healing, level 2. Harry selected mana vision, a skill he discovered accidentally while focusing on the strange energy within himself. The world shifted, colors fading as a new layer of perception overlaid his vision. The library transformed. Books glowed with faint signatures, some brighter than others, as if certain volumes contained more, something. Knowledge? Power? Harry wasn't sure, but he found himself drawn to the brightest ones. People, too, had signatures. The librarian, Mrs. Pritchard, had a steady amber glow. Other students showed various intensities, mostly dim blues and greens. But what fascinated Harry most was his own signature when he caught glimpses of his reflection, a brilliant, blinding wellspring that seemed to extend infinitely inward. Was this what the system meant by infinite mana? And if so, why him? A notification appeared: text new skill acquired, aura reading. You can now discern the magical potential of beings and objects. Harry blinked, deactivating mana vision as footsteps approached. A moment later, Mrs. Pritchard appeared around the corner. Harry? What are you doing back here all alone? Just reading, Mrs. Pritchard, Harry said, holding up a book he'd grabbed randomly from the shelf, something about ancient civilizations. The librarian's expression softened. Unlike most adults who interacted with Harry, she'd always been kind. The lunch period is almost over. Don't be late for class. I won't. Thank you. As she walked away, Harry realized something odd. When he'd seen her through mana vision, her amber aura had briefly reached toward him, almost like a gentle touch. Was she somehow aware of his abilities? Or was it something else? He made a mental note to experiment more with aura reading. Understanding other people's energies could be invaluable, especially if there were others like him out there. The following Saturday, Harry found himself once again serving as Dudley's punching bag. His cousin had grown bored with his television and video games, falling back on his favorite entertainment, Harry hunting. Harry ran through the park, Dudley and his gang in pursuit. He could have used physical enhancement to outrun them easily, but instinct told him to keep his abilities hidden. Drawing too much attention would be dangerous. Still, as he ducked behind a maintenance shed, Harry activated sensory expansion. His hearing sharpened, allowing him to track his pursuers by their thundering footsteps and labored breathing. Where'd he go? Piers Polkiss wheezed. Split up, Dudley commanded. He can't have gone far. Harry pressed himself against the shed wall, controlling his breathing. He could slip away now, using his enhanced senses to avoid detection, but a strange new feeling bubbled up inside him: defiance. How long would he run? How long would he hide his true self? The system had chosen him, given him power beyond anything he could have imagined. Was he going to keep cowering forever? A notification appeared: text quest alert, stand your ground objective, confront your tormentors without revealing your full abilities. Reward, new skill unlock, confidence plus 10 failure, continue living in fear except? Yes, /no, Harry hesitated only briefly before selecting, yes. As Dudley rounded the corner alone, Harry stepped into view. His cousin's piggy eyes widened in surprise, then narrowed with cruel delight. Found you, Dudley sneered, cracking his knuckles. Nowhere to run now. Harry stood his ground, calm and composed. I'm done running, Dudley. Dudley laughed. What are you going to do? Fight back. You're nothing but a skinny little freak. The word freak struck a nerve, but Harry maintained his composure. I don't want to fight. Just leave me alone. Or what? Dudley advanced, fist raised. Harry activated physical enhancement subtly, just enough to improve his reflexes without seeming supernatural. As Dudley's fist flew toward his face, Harry sidestepped smoothly. Dudley stumbled, thrown off balance by his miss. Stay still. Why? Harry asked, genuinely curious. So you can hit me? How does hurting me make you feel better, Dudley? Shut up. Dudley lunged again, and again Harry evaded, this time tripping his cousin with an extended foot. Dudley crashed to the ground, his face reddening with rage and embarrassment. When I tell Dad that you couldn't catch me? Harry interrupted, surprising himself with his boldness. That you fell all by yourself? Go ahead. Piers and the others appeared, surrounding Harry in a loose circle. This could get dangerous. Harry needed an exit strategy that wouldn't reveal too much. He activated aura reading, searching for weaknesses in their hostile energy. Malcolm, the tallest boy, had a flickering aura, nervousness beneath his tough exterior. Piers showed spikes of red, aggression masking fear. And Dudley. Harry almost laughed. Dudley's aura was a chaotic mess of yellows and oranges, confusion, anger, and most surprisingly, envy. His cousin was jealous of him. The realization was so unexpected that Harry momentarily lost focus. Piers seized the opportunity, lunging forward to grab Harry's arms from behind. Got him. Harry didn't struggle. Instead, he looked directly at Dudley, who was clambering to his feet. Is this really what you want, Dudley? To be the kind of person who needs 4 friends to beat up someone half your size? Doubt flickered across Dudley's face, his aura wavering. Shut up. Dudley's fist connected with Harry's stomach. Harry had anticipated the blow, tensing his enhanced muscles to absorb most of the impact. It still hurt, but not as much as it should have. He met Dudley's gaze steadily, refusing to show pain. Feel better now? Harry asked quietly. Something in his tone, or perhaps his unflinching stare, unsettled the larger boy. Dudley took a step back, his aura shrinking. Let him go, Dudley muttered. What? Piers asked, confused. I said let him go. Dudley snapped. This is boring. Let's go to the arcade. Piers released Harry's arms, looking bewildered. The gang shuffled away, Dudley not once looking back. Harry stood alone by the shed, processing what had just happened. He hadn't used obvious magic or overwhelming force. He'd simply refused to be a victim, and somehow, that had been enough. A notification chimed, text quest completed, stand your ground reward, new skill unlocked, intimidation, confidence +10. Harry felt a strange warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with his abilities. Pride, he realized. For the first time, he'd stood up for himself without hiding or running away. As he walked home, Harry considered the implications of his new skill. Intimidation wouldn't always work, certainly not against adults like Vernon, but it was another tool at his disposal. More importantly, he'd learned that sometimes the most powerful magic wasn't about creating light or objects, but about changing how he saw himself. Harry Potter was no longer just a victim. He was becoming something more. Autumn turned to winter, and with the changing seasons came a change in Harry's daily life. The Dursleys still treated him with disdain, but a new wariness tempered their cruelty. Dudley especially kept his distance, eyeing Harry like he might a stray dog that had unexpectedly growled back. Harry used this relative peace to explore his abilities further. His skill list had expanded considerably: text-active skills, light creation, level 5, object manifestation, level 4, physical enhancement, level 3, mana vision, level 3, sensory expansion, level 3, intimidation, level 2, mana shield, level 1, thermal regulation, level 2, passive skills, nutrient generation, level 5, accelerated healing, level 3, aura reading, level 3, danger sense, level 1. Most useful during the bitter winter months was thermal regulation, which allowed Harry to stay warm despite the drafty cupboard and threadbare blanket. No longer did he shiver through the night or wake with numb fingers and toes. His physical appearance had improved as well. Though still small for his age, the constant malnutrition status had been resolved through regular nutrient generation. His skin had a healthier color, his eyes brighter behind his taped-together glasses. These changes hadn't gone unnoticed. "The boy looks different," Vernon muttered to Petunia one evening, thinking Harry couldn't hear from his cupboard. But with sensory expansion active, their whispers were clear as day. "What do you mean?" Petunia asked. "Healthier. Stronger. Are you giving him extra food?" "Of course not." Petunia sounded offended at the very suggestion. Vernon lowered his voice further. "You don't think it's, like what his mother could do?" A chill ran down Harry's spine that had nothing to do with the winter cold. His mother? Could she do what he could do? Was that what Vernon meant? "Don't be ridiculous," Petunia hissed, but Harry detected the fear in her voice. "That abnormality, it shows early. We've been watching for it." "Then explain why he's not the scrawny runt he was a few months ago," Vernon insisted. "Perhaps the school is feeding him," Petunia suggested, though she didn't sound convinced. The conversation drifted to other topics, but Harry remained frozen in his cupboard, mind racing. His mother had abilities too. The Dursleys knew about it. They'd been watching for signs in him. Did that mean his power, his system, wasn't unique? Were there others out there with similar abilities? A notification appeared: text new quest, uncover your heritage objective, discover the truth about your parents and their abilities reward, advanced skill unlock, personal history knowledge accept? Yes, /NO, Harry immediately selected, yes, but he knew this quest would be difficult. The Dursleys never spoke of his parents except to claim they'd died in a car crash, and now he suspected even that might be a lie. He needed a way to extract information without arousing suspicion. Perhaps his new intimidation skill could help, but using it against Vernon or Petunia was risky. He needed leverage, something they feared more than his abilities. For now, he'd bide his time and continue strengthening his skills. Knowledge was power, and Harry was beginning to understand just how powerful he could become. The opportunity came sooner than expected. On a frigid January morning, Harry was preparing breakfast when the mail slot clicked. Vernon, nursing his second cup of coffee, grunted, "Get the mail, boy." Harry obliged, walking to the front door where several letters lay on the doormat. As he gathered them, one envelope in particular caught his attention. Thick parchment, emerald green ink, and addressed to Mr. V. Dursley 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The return address made Harry's heart skip: Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Ministry of Magic, London, Ministry of Magic. Harry stared at the envelope, his mind racing. This was proof, absolute proof, that magic existed officially, not just as the strange system he'd discovered. And the Dursleys knew about it. He slipped the magical letter into his oversized sleeve, delivering only the remaining ordinary mail to Vernon. His uncle barely glanced up from his newspaper. Throughout the day, Harry could barely contain his anticipation. When the Dursleys finally went to bed, he retreated to his cupboard and carefully opened the purloined letter. "Dear Mr. Dursley, it has come to our attention that unusual magical activity has been detected in the vicinity of your residence over the past 3 months. As you are aware, as the guardian of a magical child, certain monitoring charms are in place to ensure the safety and secrecy of the magical community. While no specific violations of the statute of secrecy have been recorded, the pattern of magical energy is inconsistent with normal accidental magic typical of underage wizards. An investigation has been opened to determine the source of this anomaly. A representative from the department will call upon your residence on January 15 to conduct a routine inspection. Please ensure all parties are available for questioning. Yours sincerely, Mafalda Hopkirk. Improper use of magic. Office Ministry of Magic. Harry read the letter 3 times, his hands trembling. Wizards. Magic. Ministry. The word swam before his eyes, confirming everything he'd begun to suspect. He wasn't a freak. He was a wizard. And somehow, his system abilities were different enough from normal magic to trigger an investigation. The letter mentioned normal accidental magic as if it were common for young wizards, which meant his infinite mana system was something else entirely. More importantly, the ministry was sending someone to investigate in 2 days. Vernon and Petunia would be furious when they realized their mail had been intercepted. But perhaps this was the leverage Harry needed. A plan began to form in his mind, risky but potentially rewarding. The next morning, Harry waited until Dudley had left for school and Vernon for work. Only Petunia remained, scrubbing already spotless countertops in the kitchen. Harry approached, the letter held carefully in his hand. "Aunt Petunia, I think you should see this." Petunia turned, irritation creasing her features. "What is it now, boy?" "I don't have time for." Her words died as she spotted the emerald ink and official seal. The color drained from her face. "Where did you get that?" she whispered. "It came yesterday," Harry said calmly. "I thought you should know that someone from the Ministry of Magic is coming tomorrow." The glass cleaner bottle slipped from Petunia's fingers, shattering on the floor. She didn't seem to notice. "Give me that," she hissed, snatching the letter from Harry's hand. As she read, her expression cycled through fear, anger, and finally settled on a resigned dread. "Vernon will be. This is your fault," she snapped, finding her voice again. "What have you been doing? What freakishness have you been performing to attract their attention?" Harry activated aura reading, studying his aunt's chaotic energy. Beneath the anger lay terror, not just of magic, but of exposure, of her perfectly normal life being disrupted. "I don't know anything about magic," Harry lied smoothly. "But I do know you and Uncle Vernon have been keeping secrets about my parents." Petunia's aura flared with panic. "We told you they died in a car crash." "Were they wizards?" Harry asked directly, watching her aura spike at the word. "Like me?" For a moment, he thought Petunia might slap him. Instead, she collapsed onto a kitchen chair, the letter crumpled in her fist. "Your mother," she said finally, her voice barely audible, "my sister, she was one of them. A witch." She spat the word like poison. "And that good-for-nothing man she married was one too. We knew when we took you in that you'd be the same, filled with their unnaturalness." Harry felt a strange mix of emotions, vindication, anger, grief, and something like relief. His parents hadn't been drunks or deadbeats. They'd been magical, like him. What happened to them, really? He pressed. Petunia's lips thinned. "They got themselves killed by one of their kind, some dark wizard everyone was afraid of. That's how you got that." She gestured to the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. "Only mark of the incident, they said when they left you on our doorstep with nothing but a letter." "Who left me?" "That old man, the headmaster of that school. Dumbledore." She pronounced the name with distaste. "Said you'd be safe here, that we were obligated to take you in. As if we wanted another freak in the family." Harry absorbed this information, each word filling gaps in his understanding of himself. "What school?" Petunia hesitated, then seemingly decided she had nothing left to hide. "Hogwarts. School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Where they all go to learn there, abnormality. A notification chimed softly in Harry's mind. Text quest updated, uncover your heritage progress, 25% new information added to personal history. When will I go to Hogwarts? Harry asked. When you're 11, Petunia said bitterly. They send letters in the summer before. But now. She glanced at the ministry letter. Now they're coming here. Vernon will be furious. Harry considered his next move carefully. He needed to maintain this new leverage without pushing Petunia into retaliation once the shock wore off. I can handle the person from the ministry, Harry offered. Tell them there must be a mistake, that nothing unusual has happened here. Petunia's eyes narrowed suspiciously. And why would you do that? Because I want something in return, Harry said, surprising himself with his boldness. I want to move into Dudley's second bedroom. I want proper meals. And I want to know more about my parents and this wizard world. You dare make demands? After everything we've done for you? Petunia's voice rose shrilly. Harry remained calm. I think Uncle Vernon would be even more upset if he knew you discussed all this wizard business with me. Especially since he always says there's no such thing as magic. It was a shot in the dark, but Petunia's flinching reaction told him he'd hit his mark. There was discord between the Dursleys on how to handle Harry's magical heritage. You're more like her than I thought, Petunia muttered. She always knew how to get her way too. Harry felt a surge of pride at being compared to his mother, even in Petunia's resentful tone. Is it a deal? Petunia stared at him for a long moment, calculation in her pale eyes. The second bedroom. 3 proper meals a day, but you'll still do your chores. And I'll answer 3 questions about your parents, once a month, no more. It was more than Harry had dared hope for. Deal. A new notification appeared, text quest completed, gain leverage over the Dursleys reward, improved living conditions, access to information new skill unlocked, negotiation. As Petunia swept up the broken glass bottle, muttering about ungrateful nephews, Harry fought to contain his excitement. For the first time, he had confirmation that his parents had been special, not the worthless drunks the Dursleys had always described. And soon, when he turned 11, he would enter their world. But first, he had a ministry official to deceive tomorrow. Harry retreated to his cupboard, soon to be former cupboard, to plan. He'd need to temporarily suppress his mana signature, create a convincing story, and use his newfound negotiation skill. As he sat cross-legged on his thin mattress, the blue interface appeared before him. Text special notification, reality alteration detected. An external force is attempting to locate your mana signature. Countermeasures available, signature masking, temporary, mana redistribution, temporary, system hibernation, not recommended. Harry selected the first option without hesitation. Text signature masking activated. Duration, 24 hours. Your mana signature will appear as standard. Accidental magic warning, skill use will be limited during this period. Harry felt the infinite well of power within him seem to shrink, becoming contained and ordinary. It was uncomfortable, like wearing shoes several sizes too small, but necessary. Tomorrow, he would face his first challenge from the wizarding world. But unlike the frightened, ignorant boy he would have been without the system, Harry Potter was prepared. He was no longer just surviving. He was beginning to thrive. The ministry representative arrived precisely at 10 o'clock the following morning. Vernon had called in sick to work, pacing the living room like a caged bear, his face fluctuating between purple rage and ashen fear. Remember, he hissed to Harry, not a word about anything abnormal. You're a perfectly ordinary boy, understand? Harry nodded obediently while activating aura reading. Vernon's aura was a chaotic swirl of dark colors, fear dominating everything else. Despite his bluster, Vernon Dursley was terrified of magic. The doorbell rang, and everyone froze. Petunia smoothed her dress compulsively before opening the door with a fixed smile. Good morning, came a cheerful voice. Wilhelmina Warble, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. May I come in? Harry had expected someone imposing, perhaps in robes with a wand prominently displayed. Instead, Ms. Warble looked remarkably ordinary in a sensible tweed suit and practical shoes. Only her vibrant purple hair, twisted into an elaborate updo, hinted at her magical nature. Her aura, however, was anything but ordinary. It extended several feet around her, pulsing with a confident blue-gold energy that spoke of considerable power held in casual control. "Of course," Petunia said stiffly, stepping aside. "We've been expecting you." Ms. Warble entered, her shrewd eyes scanning the house before settling on Harry. Something flashed in her expression, recognition. Surprise, before her professional demeanor reasserted itself. "You must be Harry Potter," she said, extending her hand. "It's an honor to meet you." Harry shook her hand, confused by her tone. Why would meeting him be an honor? "Nice to meet you too, Ms. Warble." Vernon cleared his throat aggressively. "What exactly is this about?" "We're very busy people, and I had to take time off work for this unexpected visit." Ms. Warble smiled placidly. "This won't take long, Mr. Dursley. As the letter explained, we've detected unusual magical activity in this area. It's my job to ensure everything is in order." She removed what could only be a wand from her jacket pocket. Vernon flinched visibly. "May I?" she asked, though it wasn't really a question. Before anyone could object, she waved the wand in a complex pattern. The air shimmered briefly, and Harry felt a gentle pressure against his skin, like standing in a light breeze. Ms. Warble murmured. "Interesting. Would you mind if I spoke with young Mr. Potter alone for a few minutes?" "Whatever you have to say can be said in front of us," Vernon blustered. "We're his guardians." Ms. Warble's pleasant expression didn't change, but her aura sharpened, spikes of authoritative energy extending toward Vernon. "Of course, Mr. Dursley. However, Ministry protocol for cases involving underage magic requires a private conversation to ensure the child feels comfortable reporting any accidental manifestations." Vernon looked ready to argue further, but Petunia placed a restraining hand on his arm. "That's fine. You can use the kitchen. We'll wait here." Harry led Ms. Warble to the kitchen, his mind racing. His signature masking was active, but would it hold up under direct magical scrutiny? And why had she recognized him? Once alone, Ms. Warble cast another spell that created a shimmering bubble around them. "Privacy charm," she explained. "Now we can speak freely." She studied Harry intently. "You've been quite busy, haven't you, Mr. Potter?" Harry maintained a confused expression. "I'm not sure what you mean, Ms. Warble." "The magical activity we detected was quite extraordinary," she said, watching his reaction carefully. "Not typical accidental magic at all. More controlled, more powerful." Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "Sometimes strange things happen around me when I'm upset or scared. I can't control it." Ms. Warble nodded, but her expression suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. "That's normal for young wizards. But what we detected was different. More like the magic of a trained adult, yet with a unique signature." She leaned closer, her voice dropping despite the privacy charm. "Harry, is there something you want to tell me? Something you've discovered about yourself? You won't be in trouble, I'm here to help." For a fleeting moment, Harry considered telling her everything, about the system, the infinite mana, his growing abilities. But something held him back. Instinct, perhaps, or the system's influence guiding his decision. "I didn't know I was a wizard until yesterday," Harry said truthfully. "Aunt Petunia told me about my parents after your letter came. I've always known I was different, but not why." This wasn't a direct answer to her question, but it wasn't a lie either. Ms. Warble's aura fluctuated with conflicting colors, suspicion, compassion, and a touch of disappointment. "I see," she said finally. "And these relatives of yours, how do they treat you, Harry?" The question caught him off guard. They're strict," he said carefully. Ms. Warble glanced pointedly at his oversized clothes, then back to his face. Strict, she repeated flatly. Harry sensed an opportunity. Things are improving, he said. I'm moving to a proper bedroom today, actually. Are you indeed? Her eyebrows rose. How fortuitous that should happen right after our letter arrived. Harry allowed a small smile. Very fortunate timing. Ms. Warble seemed to reach a decision. She withdrew a business card from her pocket and pressed it into Harry's hand. If you ever need assistance, Mr. Potter, day or night, tap this card 3 times and say, Auxilium. I'll come immediately. Harry tucked the card away carefully. Thank you. As for the unusual magic, she continued, her tone becoming official once more, I'll report that it was indeed accidental magic, perhaps amplified by your particular heritage. But Harry, her eyes locked with his, if you are doing something beyond normal childhood magic, be careful. Not everyone in our world would have your best interests at heart. A chill ran down Harry's spine at her warning. Before he could respond, she cancelled the privacy charm with a flick of her wand and strode back to the living room. Everything seems in order, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, she announced cheerfully. Just some particularly strong accidental magic, which is to be expected given Harry's parentage. Vernon grunted something unintelligible while Petunia nodded stiffly. I'll be on my way, then. But I'll be checking in periodically, Ms. Warble added, a steel edge beneath her pleasant tone. To ensure everything remains satisfactory. After she left, Vernon collapsed onto the sofa, mopping his brow. Checking in. Who do these people think they are, monitoring decent, normal folk? Petunia's lips pressed into a thin line. They've always been intrusive. Lily was forever going on about their statutes and ministries and whatnot. Harry stood quietly, absorbing this additional information about his mother. A notification chimed softly, text quest updated, uncover your heritage progress, 30% new information, ministry monitoring, special status confirmed special status. What did that mean? Boy, Vernon's gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. Take your things up to Dudley's second bedroom. And not a word of this magical nonsense to anyone, understand? Yes, Uncle Vernon, Harry replied automatically, but his mind was elsewhere. Ms. Warble had recognized him instantly, called meeting him an honor, and seemed particularly concerned for his welfare. Why would an ordinary ministry employee react that way to a 7-year-old boy? There was more to his story, his heritage, than even the Dursleys knew. And Harry was determined to uncover every last secret. As he carried his meager possessions up to Dudley's second bedroom, now his bedroom, Harry felt the magical signature masking beginning to fade. The infinite wellspring of mana surged back to its full potential within him, and with it came a renewed sense of purpose. He wasn't just Harry Potter, unwanted orphan. He was Harry Potter, wizard with infinite mana, and somehow, someone important enough to warrant special attention from the magical world. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them with increasing strength and knowledge. And when he finally entered the wizarding world properly at age 11, he would be ready. A final notification appeared as he surveyed his new room, text chapter milestone reached, first contact with wizarding world bonus skill unlocked, magical awareness, you can now sense magical energies and effects in your vicinity. Harry smiled. His journey was just beginning. The next 3 years passed in a blur of discovery and growth. Harry's new bedroom, while modest by normal standards, felt palatial compared to his cupboard. With space to move freely and privacy to practice his abilities, his development accelerated dramatically. By age 10, his skill list had expanded to fill multiple menu pages, text active skills, basic, light creation, master, object manifestation, advanced, physical enhancement, advanced, mana vision, master, sensory expansion, advanced, intimidation, intermediate, mana shield, advanced, thermal regulation, master, telekinesis, intermediate, illusion creation, basic, elemental manipulation, basic, active skills, advanced, magical awareness, intermediate, aura. Manipulation, basic, spatial expansion, basic, mana construct creation, intermediate, enchantment, basic, passive skills, nutrient generation, master, accelerated healing, advanced, aura reading, advanced, danger sense, intermediate, magical resistance, intermediate, negotiation, intermediate, while the Dursleys maintained their distance and disdain. Harry's improved living conditions allowed him to focus on what truly mattered, preparing for his eventual entry into the Wizarding world. Each month, as per their agreement, Petunia answered 3 questions about his parents and magic. Though her responses were often clipped and colored by jealousy, Harry pieced together a rough picture of his heritage. His father, James Potter, had come from a wealthy, established wizarding family. His mother, Lily Evans, had been like Harry, born to non-magical parents, whom wizards called muggles, but gifted with magical abilities. They had met at Hogwarts, served together against the dark wizard Voldemort. Petunia always refused to speak this name, referring to him only as that awful man, and died protecting Harry when he was just a year old. Most importantly, Harry learned that his scar was no ordinary injury, but the result of a failed killing curse, the same curse that had ended his parents' lives but somehow rebounded when used on him. This had apparently made Harry famous in the wizarding world as the boy who lived. This explained Ms. Warble's reaction to meeting him, and confirmed the special status his quest had mentioned. Harry had mixed feelings about this unwanted fame. On one hand, it might provide advantages when he finally entered the magical community. On the other, being celebrated for surviving when his parents died left a bitter taste in his mouth. As his 11th birthday approached, Harry sensed a growing anticipation in the Dursleys. Vernon became increasingly agitated, checking the mail himself each morning. Petunia's lips grew thinner by the day, her eyes darting to the windows at the slightest sound. Even Dudley, now thoroughly intimidated by his cousin's quiet confidence, seemed aware that something significant was coming. Harry, too, felt the building tension. According to everything Petunia had told him, his Hogwarts letter would arrive soon, the official invitation to join the wizarding world. He vacillated between excitement and apprehension. Would the traditional magical education system enhance or limit what he could do with his unique abilities? "They'll try to make you conform," Petunia had said during one of their monthly question sessions, her voice tinged with an emotion Harry couldn't quite identify. "That's what they did to Lily. Took her wild, beautiful magic and forced it into their rigid spells and rules." It was perhaps the only time Harry had heard his aunt describe his mother's magic as beautiful, and the comment had stayed with him. 3 days before his birthday, Harry was tending the garden when his danger sense flared suddenly. He looked up to see an ordinary-looking tawny owl circling overhead in broad daylight. His newly developed magical awareness confirmed what he already suspected: the bird carried magical energy. Harry casually continued gardening while tracking the owl with his peripheral vision. After several circles, the bird swooped down, dropping a thick envelope at his feet before soaring away. Harry's heart raced as he picked up the heavy parchment. Emerald green ink spelled out, "Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey." The Hogwarts seal, an elaborate coat of arms featuring a lion, eagle, badger, and snake surrounding a large letter H, was pressed into the red wax sealing the envelope. His letter had arrived. For a moment, Harry simply stood in the garden, holding the physical manifestation of his future. Then, with a deep breath, he broke the seal and unfolded the parchment inside. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confede, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. A second page listed required supplies, robes, books, a wand, a cauldron, and various other magical equipment. Harry read through everything twice, committing the details to memory. A notification chimed. Text: Major quest initiated. The Hogwarts journey objective. Prepare for and excel at Hogwarts while developing your unique abilities. Reward: magical knowledge expansion, advanced system functions unlock. Accept. Yes, /NO, Harry selected, yes, without hesitation. This was what he'd been preparing for over the past 3 years. But first, he needed to deal with the Dursleys. Taking both pages of his Hogwarts letter, Harry entered the house and found his aunt and uncle in the living room, watching television. My Hogwarts letter arrived, he announced calmly, holding up the parchment. Vernon's face performed its usual color-changing act, settling on a mottled purple. Give it here, boy, he demanded, lunging from his armchair. Harry stepped back, keeping the letter out of reach. I need to reply by my birthday, accepting the placement. You'll do no such thing. Vernon bellowed. I won't pay for you to go off and learn magic tricks from a bunch of crackpot old fools. Petunia, surprisingly, spoke up. Vernon, we always knew this would happen. You know what Dumbledore said in his letter. He has to go. I don't care what that freak said. Vernon raged. I won't have one in the house. We swore when we took him in we'd stamp out that nonsense. Harry watched the exchange with detached interest, analyzing their auras. Vernon's blazed with fear and anger, while Petunia's showed resignation tinged with relief. Did she actually want him gone? I'm going, Harry stated firmly, activating intimidation subtly. The question is whether you'll help me get my school supplies or if I need to contact the ministry. At the mention of the ministry, both Dursleys paled. The memory of Ms. Warble's visit 3 years ago still haunted them. You can bloody well contact them then, Vernon spat. I'm not taking you to buy spell books and magic wands. Vernon, Petunia interjected quietly. They'll send someone if we don't cooperate. Do you want another one of them in our home? A tense silence followed as Vernon struggled visibly with his options. Finally, he slumped back in his chair. Fine. You take him, Petunia. I won't be part of this freakishness. Harry turned to his aunt, who nodded stiffly. I know where to go. We'll get your things tomorrow. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely surprised by her acquiescence. As he turned to leave, Petunia called after him. Your mother would be pleased. She loved that place. The unexpected comment stopped Harry in his tracks. He looked back at his aunt, but her face had already resumed its pinched, disapproving expression, eyes fixed on the television. In his room, Harry reread his Hogwarts letter, excitement building. Tomorrow he would enter the wizarding world properly for the first time. He would see where his parents had bought their wands, their books, their robes. He would begin to walk the path they had walked. But he would do so with an advantage they never had, his system and infinite mana. Whatever challenges awaited at Hogwarts, Harry Potter would be ready to face them. The next morning, Harry woke before dawn, too excited to sleep. He called up his status page, curious to see how the system would categorize this significant day. Text status, name, Harry Potter, age, 10, 11 in 3 days, health, 100/100 mana, infinity/infinity active effects, mother's protection, blood ward, magical core, partially unbound, titles, the boy who lived, system user, Hogwarts student, pending. New information had appeared, his mother's protection was now specified as a blood ward, and his magical core was listed as partially unbound rather than bound. Harry wondered what had changed, and what it would mean for him at Hogwarts. After a silent breakfast with Petunia, Vernon had already left for work, refusing to even see Harry before his trip to magical London. They set off in the car. Harry noticed his aunt's white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel and the tense set of her shoulders. You don't have to come inside with me if you don't want to, Harry offered as they approached London. You could just drop me off and pick me up later. Petunia's eyes flickered to him briefly. And how would you pay for your supplies? That school isn't free, you know. Harry hadn't considered this practical aspect. I don't have any money. Your parents left you something, Petunia said reluctantly. A vault at their bank. But I can't access it, only you can, with one of them to verify your identity. Eventually, they parked near Charing Cross Road, and Petunia led Harry to a dingy-looking pub sandwiched between a bookshop and a record store. Strangely, passers-by didn't seem to notice it at all, their eyes sliding from the bookshop to the record store as if the pub didn't exist. The leaky cauldron, Petunia muttered, her lips curling with distaste. The entrance to their world. Harry activated magical awareness and was nearly overwhelmed by the energy radiating from the building. Complex wards and enchantments layered upon each other, creating a tapestry of magic designed to repel non-magical attention. I'll wait in the cafe across the street, Petunia said firmly. Ask the barman, Tom, to help you into Diagon Alley. And Harry, she hesitated, then reached into her purse and extracted a small brass key. You'll need this for the bank. Gringotts. Harry took the key, surprised by this unexpected assistance. Thank you. Petunia nodded stiffly. Be back by 4 o'clock. And don't let them change you too much. With that cryptic warning, she strode away toward the cafe. Harry turned back to the leaky cauldron, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. The interior was dark and shabby, filled with oddly dressed people hunched over drinks or engaged in quiet conversation. A few heads turned as he entered, then turned back to their activities without interest. Harry approached the bar, where a bald, toothless man was wiping glasses with a cloth. Excuse me, Harry said politely. Are you Tom? I need to get into Diagon Alley. The barman looked up, a friendly smile forming. First time, young man. Happy to help, his words cut off abruptly as his gaze reached Harry's forehead, where his scar was partially visible beneath his unruly hair. Good heavens, Tom whispered, his glass slipping from suddenly nerveless fingers. It's Harry Potter. The name rippled through the pub like a stone dropped in still water. Conversations halted mid-sentence as heads swiveled toward Harry. It is him. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Before Harry could react, he was surrounded by witches and wizards eager to shake his hand, thank him, touch his shoulder as if confirming he was real. His sensory expansion and aura reading were overwhelmed by the press of bodies and emotions. Enough, a commanding voice cut through the commotion. The crowd parted to reveal a tall, thin woman with streaks of silver in her dark hair, wearing emerald green robes. Give the boy some space, for Merlin's sake. He's here for his school shopping, not to be gawked at like an exhibit. The crowd reluctantly dispersed, many still craning their necks for a glimpse of Harry. The woman approached, her aura radiating calm authority. Mr. Potter, she said with a Scottish lilt. What a fortunate coincidence. I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts. Harry recognized the name from his acceptance letter. It's nice to meet you, Professor. I was just trying to get into Diagon Alley to buy my school supplies. McGonagall's stern features softened slightly. Of course. I assume your family dropped you off. The slight pause before family and the flicker in her aura suggested she knew more about the Dursleys than she was letting on. My aunt is waiting across the street, Harry confirmed. McGonagall nodded briskly. Very well. I was just running some errands for the school myself. I would be happy to accompany you and answer any questions you might have about Hogwarts. Harry accepted gratefully, sensing this was more than a casual offer of assistance. As McGonagall led him through the back of the pub to a small, walled courtyard, he studied her aura more carefully. Beneath the calm exterior lay concern, curiosity, and something like protective affection. In the courtyard, McGonagall withdrew a wand from her robes and tapped a specific brick in the wall. Harry activated magical awareness, memorizing the pattern of magic that flowed from her wand. The brick wriggled, then a small hole appeared, growing wider and wider until it formed an archway large enough for them to pass through. Beyond lay a cobbled street that twisted and turned out of sight, lined with the most extraordinary shops Harry had ever seen. "Welcome," said Professor McGonagall, "to Diagon Alley." Harry stepped through the archway, overwhelmed by the rush of magical energy that washed over him. His system interface flashed briefly, text new location discovered, Diagon Alley magical concentration, extremely high caution, system activity may be detected in areas of high magical concentration. As they walked down the alley, McGonagall pointed out various shops, Flourish and Blots for books, Madame Malkin's for robes, the apothecary for potion ingredients. Harry absorbed everything eagerly, his enhanced senses capturing details that might have escaped others, the specific patterns of magic emanating from various establishments, the subtle differences in magical signatures between individuals, the complex wards protecting certain buildings. "Our first stop should be Gringotts," McGonagall stated. "The Wizarding Bank. I understand your parents left you a vault." Harry nodded, showing her the small brass key Petunia had given him. McGonagall examined it briefly, her aura flickering with surprise. "Petunia had this all these years," she murmured, almost to herself. As they approached an imposing white marble building that towered over the neighboring shops, Harry noticed something unusual. His magical awareness detected powerful wards, but of a different flavor than the wizarding magic he'd encountered so far. "Professor," he asked carefully, "who runs Gringotts?" "Goblins," McGonagall replied matter-of-factly. "Extremely clever with finances and metalwork, but not the most pleasant creatures to deal with. Always be polite and direct with goblins, Mr. Potter." Harry nodded, filing this information away. As they climbed the white steps toward a burnished bronze door, he observed a short, swarthy creature with a pointed beard, long fingers, and clever eyes. The goblin bowed as they passed. Inside, they faced a second set of doors, these silver, with words engraved upon them, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed." Harry read the poetic warning carefully, understanding the implied threat to thieves. His aura reading confirmed what the words suggested, the goblins took their security very seriously, and the consequences for attempting theft would be severe. In the vast marble hall beyond, hundreds of goblins worked at long counters, weighing coins, examining precious stones, or scratching in ledgers. McGonagall led Harry to a free counter. "Mr. Harry Potter wishes to access his vault," she stated crisply. "He has his key." The goblin examined Harry's key carefully. "That seems to be in order. I will have someone take you down to the vault." "Grip Hook." Another goblin appeared to escort them. As they followed him toward one of the many doors leading off the hall, McGonagall placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Mr. Potter, I have another matter to attend to at the bank. Would you mind if I rejoined you afterward? Grip Hook will ensure you reach your vault safely." Harry sensed she wasn't being entirely forthright, but nodded agreeably. "Of course, Professor. Where shall I meet you?" "Outside Flourish and Blots in 1 hour," McGonagall decided. "That should give you ample time." As she strode away, Harry followed Grip Hook through a narrow stone passageway lit by flaming torches. The passage sloped steeply downward, ending at a set of small railway tracks. Grip Hook whistled, and a small cart came hurtling toward them. The subsequent cart ride was exhilarating, plunging deep into the earth at breakneck speed, twisting through a labyrinth of tunnels. Harry's enhanced senses allowed him to map their route mentally, noting the various security measures they passed. Finally, the cart stopped beside a small door in the passage wall. Grip Hook unlocked it with Harry's key, and green smoke billowed out. When it cleared, Harry gasped at the sight within. Mounds of gold coins. Columns of silver. Heaps of little bronze nuts. Far more money than Harry had ever imagined possessing. "Your family vault, Mr. Potter," Grip Hook stated. "The gold coins are galleons, silver are sickles, and bronze are nuts. 17 sickles to a galleon, 29 nuts to a sickle." Harry nodded, mentally calculating conversion rates. He filled a small pouch with a mixture of coins, estimating what he might need for his supplies. As they prepared to leave, Harry noticed something odd, a small, shimmering spot on the back wall of the vault. He activated mana vision and was startled to see a complex magical signature unlike anything he'd encountered before. Grip hook, he asked carefully, is there something special about that part of the vault? He pointed to the shimmering area. The goblin's eyes narrowed. You can see that? Harry realized he might have revealed too much. It looks different, he said vaguely. Griphook studied him with new interest. That is a family heirloom vault interface. It will only reveal itself to a Potter of age, or one who has come into their magical maturity early. His tone suggested the latter was highly unusual. Harry filed this information away for future investigation. Clearly, there was more to his vault than money, but now wasn't the time to explore further. One wild cart ride later, Harry emerged from Gringotts blinking in the sunlight, his pouch heavy with wizarding currency. He had an hour before meeting McGonagall, and a list of supplies to purchase. He decided to begin with his wand, the item he was most curious about. According to his Hogwarts letter, Ollivander's was the place to go. The shop was narrow and shabby, with a single wand displayed on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. The sign read, Ollivander's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. As Harry entered, a bell tinkled softly in the depths of the shop. His magical awareness immediately detected thousands of unique magical signatures, the wands, he realized, each with its own distinct energy. Good afternoon, said a soft voice. Harry turned to see an old man with wide, pale eyes shining like moons in the dim shop. Hello, Harry replied. I've come for a wand. Ah, yes, the man said. I thought I'd be seeing you soon, Harry Potter. It wasn't a question. You have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. Mr. Ollivander moved closer, his silver eyes fixed on Harry's scar. And that's where. He touched the lightning scar with a long, white finger. I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it. 13½ inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Harry's aura reading detected genuine regret in the wandmaker. Ollivander shook himself and began taking measurements of Harry's arm, explaining about wand cores and woods as he worked. What followed was a long process of trial and error. Wand after wand was placed in Harry's hand, only to be snatched away almost immediately. With each failure, Ollivander seemed to grow more excited rather than discouraged. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match here somewhere. Harry was beginning to wonder if any wand would work for him when Ollivander paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. I wonder, yes, why not, unusual combination. He disappeared into the back of the shop and returned with yet another box. Holly and Phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. As soon as Harry's fingers closed around the wand, he felt a surge of warmth. Golden sparks shot from the end like fireworks. But more significantly, Harry felt his infinite mana connect with the wand, flowing through it like water through a channel. A notification appeared, text magical focus acquired, Phoenix feather wand channeling efficiency, 78% warning, unusual resonance detected, twin core link. Ollivander's eyes widened. Curious, very curious. What's curious? Harry asked, though his system had already hinted at something unusual. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand, gave another feather, just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Voldemort had the brother wand? Ollivander flinched at the name but nodded. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. I think we must expect great things from you. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. As Harry paid 7 gold galleons for his wand, he pondered this connection. Why would his wand be the brother to Voldemort's? What did it mean? The system notification about Twin Core Link suggested there might be practical implications beyond the symbolic connection. Another mystery to investigate. With his most important purchase complete, Harry moved through the rest of his shopping methodically: robes from Madame Malkin's, books from Flourish and Blotts, potion supplies, a cauldron, scales, and telescope. At the appointed time, he met Professor McGonagall outside the bookshop. She carried a small package wrapped in brown paper, which she tucked carefully into her robes when she saw him. "Have you managed to get everything, Mr. Potter?" she asked. Harry nodded, showing her his purchases. "Just one thing left. It says I can bring an owl, cat, or toad. I was thinking an owl might be useful for sending mail." "An excellent choice," McGonagall approved. "Elop's Owl Emporium has the finest selection." As they headed toward the pet shop, Harry decided to ask some of the questions that had been building throughout the day. "Professor, everyone seems to know who I am because of what happened when I was a baby. But I don't really know much about it myself. Could you tell me more about Voldemort and what happened that night?" McGonagall flinched at the name but regarded Harry with sympathy. "I suppose you would have questions. Very few speak his name, Mr. Potter. Most call him you-know-who or he who must not be named. But you knew him. And my parents?" "I taught all of them at Hogwarts," McGonagall confirmed, her aura flickering with old grief. "Your parents were exceptional students, your father a talented transfiguration student, though rather mischievous, and your mother brilliant at charms and potions. As for he who must not be named, he was before my time as a teacher, but he became the most feared dark wizard of our age." She continued explaining as they walked, telling Harry about the Wizarding War, how his parents had defied Voldemort 3 times, and how on Halloween night 10 years ago, Voldemort had come to their home in Godric's Hollow. "No one knows why he targeted your family specifically," McGonagall said softly. "But when he failed to kill you, the only person ever to survive the killing curse, his power somehow broke. That's why you're famous, Mr. Potter. That's why everyone knows your name. You are the boy who lived." Harry absorbed this information solemnly. "And no one knows how I survived." McGonagall shook her head. "There are theories. Headmaster Dumbledore has his ideas, but if anyone truly knows, they haven't shared that knowledge." But Harry's system had mentioned Mother's Protection, Blood Ward, in his status. Could his mother have done something to protect him, some magic powerful enough to reflect a killing curse? As they entered the Owl Emporium, Harry was distracted from these thoughts by the soft hooting of dozens of owls. His enhanced senses picked up subtle differences between the various species, different magical signatures, different intelligence levels. One owl in particular caught his attention, a beautiful snowy white female with amber eyes that seemed to stare directly into his soul. When Harry approached her cage, she hopped toward him and nipped his finger affectionately. "That's unusual," the shop owner commented. "She's been here 2 months and hasn't taken to anyone. Bit the last 3 wizards who tried to touch her." Harry smiled as the owl made a soft, chirping sound. "I'll take her." As he paid for the owl and a cage, McGonagall checked her watch. "We should get you back to your aunt, Mr. Potter. It's nearly 4 o'clock." They made their way back through the leaky cauldron, where Harry once again endured curious stares and whispered comments. Outside, the normal world seemed oddly muted after the magical intensity of Diagon Alley. McGonagall accompanied Harry to the cafe where Petunia waited, lips pursed at the sight of the obviously magical owl cage. "Mrs. Dursley," McGonagall greeted her with cool formality. "I happened to encounter your nephew in Diagon Alley and assisted with his shopping. I trust that's acceptable." Petunia nodded stiffly, not meeting the professor's eyes. "Fine. We should be going now." "Of course." "Mr. Potter," McGonagall turned to Harry, her stern expression softening slightly, "your ticket for the Hogwarts Express is in your acceptance letter. Platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station, 11 o'clock on September 1st. Do not be late." "Yes, Professor." Thank you for your help today. As Harry loaded his purchases into Petunia's car, McGonagall drew his aunt aside for a brief, whispered conversation. Harry enhanced his hearing slightly to catch fragments. Proper meals and care until term begins. Watching more closely this time. Dumbledore's instructions notwithstanding. Petunia's face had gone very white by the time she joined Harry in the car. They drove in silence for several miles before she spoke. That woman was your mother's head of house, she said abruptly. She came with Dumbledore when they brought you to us. Harry absorbed this new information. Did you know her well? No. She visited once, with Dumbledore, when Lily first got her letter. Petunia's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. They convinced our parents to let her go to that school. The bitterness in her voice was palpable. You didn't want her to go, Harry deduced. Petunia shot him a quick, startled glance. It doesn't matter now. But it did matter, Harry realized. It was the root of Petunia's resentment toward magic, toward Lily, and by extension, toward Harry himself. She'd wanted to go to Hogwarts too, but couldn't. The realization brought not anger, but a strange sort of pity. How different might his childhood have been if Petunia hadn't been left behind when his mother entered the magical world. As they neared Privet Drive, Harry glanced at his new owl, who watched him with intelligent amber eyes. I think I'll call you Hedwig, he told her. I read it in one of my new history books. Hedwig hooted softly in apparent approval. That night, surrounded by his new school supplies in his small bedroom, Harry reflected on everything he'd learned. In just 1 month, he would be leaving the Dursleys to attend Hogwarts, stepping fully into the world his parents had inhabited. He called up his system interface, navigating to the quest log, text active quests, the Hogwarts journey, 0% complete, prepare for term, obtain supplies, 100% complete, board the Hogwarts Express, locked, uncover your heritage, 35% complete, learn about your parents' lives at Hogwarts, locked, discover the nature of your mother's protection, locked, investigate the twin core wand connection, locked. Harry smiled. He had a month to study his textbooks and practice controlling his wand. Then his real adventure would begin. Hogwarts awaited, and with it, answers to the questions that had defined his young life. Who were his parents, really? What happened the night they died? And perhaps most importantly, who was Harry Potter meant to be? With infinite mana at his disposal and growing mastery of his unique abilities, Harry was determined to find out. Chapter 2, Hidden Powers at Hogwarts. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station looked entirely solid. Harry studied it carefully, recalling Petunia's reluctant explanation about running straight through the wall to reach platform 9 3/4. His magical awareness detected the subtle energy signature of a concealment charm, confirming her grudging instructions weren't some elaborate prank. Well, girl, Harry murmured to Hedwig, who blinked at him solemnly from her cage, here goes nothing. He positioned his trolley, took a deep breath, and walked briskly toward the barrier. The rational part of his mind screamed about imminent collision, but Harry kept moving. As he reached the apparently solid wall, he felt a slight tingling sensation, like passing through a thin curtain of water. And then he was through, emerging onto a platform packed with people. A scarlet steam engine waited next to the platform, billowing smoke over the heads of the chattering crowd. A sign overhead proclaimed, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Harry had made it. The platform buzzed with activity, families saying goodbyes, friends reuniting, owls hooting, cats meowing, and the occasional explosion from what appeared to be magical pranks. Harry activated his enhanced senses, absorbing everything with quiet wonder. His system interface flashed briefly, text new location discovered, platform 9 3/4 magical concentration, high multiple magical signatures detected. Harry navigated through the crowd, drawing curious glances. He wondered if people recognized him or if it was simply because he was alone. Most students seemed accompanied by parents or siblings, their farewells ranging from tearful to embarrassed. Finding an empty compartment near the end of the train, Harry stowed his trunk with a subtle application of physical enhancement. He settled Hedwig carefully by the window before taking a seat. The owl gave him an appreciative hoot before tucking her head under her wing for a nap. Harry gazed out at the platform, watching families exchange final hugs and reminders. A pang of something, not quite envy, not quite sadness, passed through him. There was no one to see him off, no one to wave goodbye to. But then, there had never been. The compartment door slid open, interrupting his thoughts. A tall, thin boy with bright red hair stood in the doorway. "Excuse me," he said, "do you mind? Everywhere else is full." Harry gestured to the empty seat across from him. "Not at all. Thanks." The boy sat down, glancing at Harry nervously before staring out the window. "I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter." Ron's eyes widened comically. "Are you really? I mean, do you have the—" He gestured vaguely toward his forehead. Harry smiled slightly, lifting his fringe to reveal the lightning-shaped scar. "Wicked," Ron breathed. "And do you remember anything about that night?" "Ron!" A girl's voice scolded from the doorway. "You can't just ask people about traumatic experiences the moment you meet them." A bushy-haired girl with large front teeth stood there, already dressed in her Hogwarts robes. She radiated an aura of intense energy and determination. "I was just asking," Ron muttered defensively. The girl turned to Harry. "I'm Hermione Granger. And you're Harry Potter. I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts." Harry raised his eyebrows. "Am I? What do they say?" "Oh, all sorts of theories about how you survived when you know who tried to kill you. Some say it was ancient magic, others think it might have been accidental magic of extraordinary power." She paused, studying him with unabashed curiosity. "No one really knows, do they?" "Not that they've shared with me," Harry replied dryly. Hermione seemed to catch herself. "I suppose that was rather insensitive of me as well. May I join you?" Ron looked slightly put out, but Harry nodded. As she sat down, Harry discreetly activated aura reading. Ron's aura showed straightforward emotions, curiosity, mild intimidation, and an underlying steadiness. Hermione's was more complex, intelligence, ambition, and a deep-seated need to prove herself. Interesting, Harry thought. They couldn't be more different. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Hermione asked, launching into conversation without preamble. "I've been reading Hogwarts, a history, and I think Gryffindor sounds by far the best, though Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad." Ron grimaced. "My whole family's been in Gryffindor. I don't know what they'd say if I wasn't. I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be too bad, but imagine if they put me in Slytherin." "That's the house Vol, sorry, you know who was in, right?" Harry asked, though he already knew from his reading. "Yeah," said Ron, flopping back into his seat with a gloom-laden expression. "Not a single witch or wizard who went bad wasn't in Slytherin." Hermione frowned. "That can't possibly be statistically accurate." As Ron and Hermione began debating, Harry reflected on what he'd read about the Hogwarts houses. Gryffindor for the brave, Ravenclaw for the clever, Hufflepuff for the loyal, and Slytherin for the ambitious. Where would he fit? With his unique abilities and secret knowledge, he wasn't sure any house perfectly matched his circumstances. The train had pulled out of the station while they talked, and now the outskirts of London were flying past the window. Harry felt a surge of excitement. Every kilometer took him further from the Dursleys and closer to the world where he truly belonged. Their conversation was interrupted when the compartment door slid open again. A pale, pointed-faced boy stood there, flanked by two larger boys who looked like bodyguards. "Is it true?" the pale boy asked. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment." "So it's you, is it?" Harry studied the boy carefully. His aura radiated arrogance and insecurity in equal measure, a dangerous combination. "Yes," Harry replied simply. "This is Crabbe and Goyle," the boy said carelessly, gesturing to his companions. "And my name's Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." Ron gave a slight cough, which might have been hiding a snigger. Draco Malfoy looked at him. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. Red hair, freckles, and a hand-me-down robe. You must be a Weasley." He turned back to Harry. "You'll soon find some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He extended his hand, but Harry didn't take it. The offer reminded him uncomfortably of Dudley's gang, the way they divided the world into us and them. "I think I can tell who the wrong sort are for myself, thanks," he said coolly. Malfoy's pale cheeks tinged pink. "I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents." They didn't know what was good for them either. Harry felt a flash of anger but kept his expression neutral. His system interface flickered briefly. Text emotional spike detected, mana surge controlled. "Say that again," Ron said, standing up, his face as red as his hair. "Oh, you're going to fight us, are you?" Malfoy sneered. "Unless you leave now," Harry said, standing beside Ron. He didn't raise his voice, but something in his tone, a quiet confidence, perhaps, made Malfoy hesitate. "We don't feel like leaving, do we, boys? We've eaten all our food, and you still seem to have some." Goyle reached for the chocolate frogs next to Ron, and let out a horrible yell. A rat had bitten him, hanging from his finger with sharp little teeth sunk into his knuckle. The three boys backed out hastily as Goyle swung the rat around, finally dislodging it against the window. They disappeared as quickly as they'd come. "That was brilliant," Harry told Ron, whose rat was now snoozing again. "Is he always that useful?" "Scabbers?" "Not really. He mostly sleeps." Ron poked the rat affectionately. "He was my brother Percy's, but Percy got an owl for being made prefect, so I got Scabbers." Harry nodded, but his attention had been caught by something else. When he'd activated his magical awareness during the confrontation, he'd noticed something odd about Scabbers. The rat had a magical signature, not unusual for a wizarding pet, perhaps, but this one seemed oddly complex, almost as if it were suppressed or hidden. Interesting, Harry thought, filing the observation away for later consideration. Hermione, who had watched the entire exchange with disapproval, stood up. "You two had better change into your robes. I expect we'll be arriving soon." She paused at the door. "And you've got dirt on your nose, by the way." She pointed at Ron before departing. Ron rubbed his nose furiously, glaring after her. "Whatever house she's in, I hope I'm not in it." Harry smiled slightly but said nothing. His mind was already turning to what awaited them at Hogwarts. Night had fallen by the time the train began to slow. A voice echoed through the train, "We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately." Harry's stomach fluttered with nerves as he joined the crowd thronging the corridor. When the train finally stopped, people pushed their way toward the doors and out onto a tiny, dark platform. A lamp bobbed over the heads of the students, and a familiar voice called, "Fur's Years. Fur's Years over here." Hagrid's big hairy face beamed at Harry from above the sea of heads. "All right there, Harry." Harry nodded, smiling up at the giant man who had first introduced him to the wizarding world during his supplies shopping trip. Hagrid's genuine warmth was a welcome contrast to the calculating interest most wizards showed upon recognizing him. "Come on, follow me, any more Fur's Years? Mind your step, now." Slipping and stumbling, they followed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path. Nobody spoke much. The path opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black lake, and there, perched atop a high mountain on the other side, was Hogwarts. The vast castle with its many turrets and towers stood against the starry sky, windows sparkling in the darkness. A collective "oh" rose from the first years. Harry activated magical awareness and nearly staggered from the intensity. The castle radiated power, ancient, complex, layered magic that hummed and pulsed with a life of its own. His interface flashed urgently, text extreme magical concentration detected location, Hogwarts castle warning, system activity may be monitored recommended, passive observation mode. Harry quickly suppressed his active abilities, reverting to normal sensory input. The castle's magical signature diminished to a more manageable background hum, though still impressive. No more N4 to a boat. Hagrid called, pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry and Ron were joined in their boat by Hermione and a round-faced boy who introduced himself as Neville Longbottom. Once everyone was settled, the boats moved off all at once, gliding across the smooth, glass-like lake. Everyone was silent, staring up at the great castle overhead as it towered over them. Harry absorbed the moment, committing it to memory. Whatever happened next, this first glimpse of Hogwarts marked the beginning of something extraordinary. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy into an underground harbor, where they clambered onto rocks and pebbles. Hagrid led them up a passageway in the rock, coming out at last onto smooth, damp grass right in the shadow of the castle. They walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge oak front door. Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times. The door swung open immediately. Professor McGonagall stood there, looking just as stern as Harry remembered from their Diagon Alley encounter. "The Fur's years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid. "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here." She led them across the flagged stone floor into a small, empty chamber off the hall. The first years crowded in, standing closer together than they would normally have done, peering about nervously. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses." As she explained the house system, Harry discreetly observed his fellow first years. Most radiated nervous excitement, though their magical signatures varied widely in strength. Some, like Hermione and surprisingly, Neville, showed considerable potential. Others, like Malfoy, had strong but erratic signatures, suggesting power without discipline. "The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily," McGonagall concluded. "I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as possible while you are waiting." Her eyes lingered for a moment on Neville's cloak, which was fastened under his left ear, and on Ron's smudged nose. Harry automatically flattened his hair, though he knew from experience it was a lost cause. McGonagall left, and whispers broke out immediately. "How exactly do they sort us into houses?" Harry asked Ron, curious what wizarding children were told. "Some sort of test, I think. Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking." Ron looked distinctly uncomfortable at the thought. Harry didn't correct him, having read about the sorting hat in Hogwarts, a history. Instead, he wondered what the ancient magical artifact would make of his unique circumstances. Would it detect his system and infinite mana? And if so, would it announce this discovery to the entire school? The question sent a chill down Harry's spine. Concealing his abilities had seemed straightforward when planning from Privet Drive, but now, surrounded by magical detection wards and ancient artifacts, Harry realized maintaining his secret would be far more challenging than anticipated. His thoughts were interrupted when about 20 ghosts streamed through the back wall. Pearly white and slightly transparent, they glided across the room talking to one another, hardly glancing at the first years. A fat monk was saying, "Forgive and forget, I say, we ought to give him a second chance." Harry activated magical awareness briefly, fascinated by the ghost's unique energy signatures, neither living nor truly dead, but something in between, tethered to the physical world by magic and memory. Professor McGonagall returned, ordering them into a line before leading them through double doors into the Great Hall. Harry had read descriptions of the Great Hall, but the reality surpassed his expectations. Thousands of candles floated in midair over 4 long tables where the rest of the students were sitting. At the top of the hall was another long table where the teachers sat. Professor McGonagall led the first years up to the front, where she placed a 4-legged stool. On top of the stool, she put a pointed wizard's hat, patched, frayed, and extremely dirty. The entire hall went silent, staring at the hat. Then a rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing, "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty, but don't judge on what you see, I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me." As the hat sang about the 4 houses and its role in sorting students, Harry examined it with magical awareness. The artifact radiated ancient power, sentient, perceptive magic designed to see into the depths of a person's mind and character. Would it see his system? His infinite mana? Harry suppressed a surge of anxiety. He needed to control his thoughts during the sorting, focus on aspects of himself that aligned with normal wizarding abilities. The hat finished its song, and the hall burst into applause. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with a long roll of parchment. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted," she said. "Abbott, Hannah." A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, and sat down. After a moment's pause, "Hufflepuff," shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered as Hannah went to sit with her new house. Harry watched as student after student approached the stool, some sorted instantly, others taking longer. Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat eagerly on her head. The hat took nearly a full minute before declaring, "Gryffindor." Ron groaned beside Harry, who suppressed a smile. When Malfoy was called, the hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, "Slytherin." The pale boy joined his friends Crabbe and Goyle at the Slytherin table, looking pleased with himself. There weren't many people left now. "Potter, Harry." As Harry stepped forward, whispers suddenly broke out like little hissing fires all over the hall. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter?" The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his eyes was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. The next second, he was looking at the black inside of the hat, waiting. Said a small voice in his ear. "Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. But what's this?" The voice paused, and Harry felt something like a gentle probe touching the edges of his consciousness. "How extraordinary," the hat whispered, sounding genuinely surprised. "In all my centuries of sorting, I've never encountered anything quite like this. A system, you call it? And infinite mana? Most intriguing." Harry tensed. "Please don't announce it," he thought urgently. "Don't worry, Mr. Potter," the hat assured him. "What I see in a student's mind remains between us. But this does make your sorting particularly challenging. With such abilities at your disposal, you could excel in any house." "I just want to find where I truly belong," Harry thought. Where you belong? An interesting question. With your unique advantages, you could shape yourself to fit anywhere. Slytherin could help you achieve greatness, there's no doubt about that. With your abilities, you could become the most powerful wizard since Merlin himself. Not Slytherin, Harry thought firmly. Not because of Voldemort, but because of Malfoy's arrogance and the house's reputation for valuing blood purity. Not Slytherin, eh? Are you sure? You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head. Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. I want friends, not followers, Harry argued. I want to be valued for who I am, not what I can do. Ah, I see. Well, if you're sure, your abilities give you ambition, yes, but your heart gives you courage. Better be Gryffindor. The hat shouted the last word to the entire hall. Harry took off the hat and walked shakily toward the Gryffindor table, where he was greeted by the loudest cheer yet. Percy the prefect got up and shook his hand vigorously, while the Weasley twins chanted, "We got Potter. We got Potter." As Harry sat down, he caught Professor McGonagall's eye. She gave him the smallest of smiles before continuing with the sorting. At the high table, Albus Dumbledore, instantly recognizable from his chocolate frog card, raised his goblet slightly in Harry's direction. Harry turned his attention to the remaining sortings. Ron, as expected, joined him in Gryffindor, looking relieved as he collapsed into the chair beside Harry. Once the last student was sorted, Professor McGonagall rolled up her scroll and took the sorting hat away. Albus Dumbledore got to his feet, beaming at the students, his arms opened wide in welcome. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." He sat back down to enthusiastic applause. Harry raised an eyebrow, activating aura reading briefly to assess the headmaster. What he saw surprised him. Beneath the eccentric exterior lay an aura of immense power, carefully controlled and layered with complexity that suggested centuries of magical experience. "Is he a bit mad?" Harry asked Percy uncertainly. "Mad?" said Percy airily. "He's a genius. Best wizard in the world. But yes, he is a bit mad." "Potatoes, Harry." Harry's attention was diverted to the table, where the empty dishes were now piled with food. He helped himself to a bit of everything, savoring the first proper feast of his life. While the Dursleys had improved his meals after their agreement, nothing compared to the abundance and quality of the Hogwarts fare. As he ate, Harry looked up at the high table more carefully. Hagrid was drinking deeply from his goblet. Professor McGonagall was talking to Professor Dumbledore. A professor in an absurd purple turban was speaking to a teacher with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin. The hook-nosed teacher looked past the turban straight into Harry's eyes, and a sharp, hot pain shot across the scar on Harry's forehead. Ouch! Harry clapped a hand to his head, activating magical awareness instinctively. What he sensed alarmed him. The turban professor's magical signature was bizarrely dual in nature, as if two entirely different magical cores existed within one body. The hook-nosed teacher had a powerful but tightly controlled signature, tinged with a bitterness that seemed to extend toward Harry specifically. Most concerningly, Harry detected a faint magical connection between his scar and the turban professor, a thin, dark strand of energy that pulsed when they made eye contact. "What is it?" asked Percy. "Nothing," Harry said quickly, deactivating his magical senses. "Who's that teacher talking to the one in the turban?" "That's Professor Snape. He teaches potions, but everyone knows he's after the defense against the dark arts job. He's been after it for years, knows an awful lot about the dark arts." Snape. Harry watched Snape for a while, noting how the professor's gaze returned to him periodically, calculating in cold. Another piece of the puzzle that was Harry's past, perhaps. The system interface flickered briefly, text warning, magical probe detected source, scar connection countermeasures engaged. Harry maintained a neutral expression despite his concern. Something about that turban professor was wrong, dangerously so. He made a mental note to investigate further, but carefully. After dinner and Dumbledore's start-of-term notices, including a warning about the forbidden third-floor corridor, they sang the school song and were dismissed to their dormitories. Percy led the Gryffindor first years through the chattering crowds, out of the Great Hall, and up the marble staircase. As they climbed, Harry marveled at the moving portraits that lined the walls, the suits of armor that seemed to shift when no one was looking, and the strange drafts that came from nowhere. Hogwarts was even more magical than he'd imagined. They stopped abruptly in front of a portrait of a very fat woman in a pink silk dress. "Password?" she asked. "Caput Draconis," said Percy, and the portrait swung forward to reveal a round hole in the wall. They all scrambled through it and found themselves in the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, round room full of squashy armchairs. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory and the boys through another. At the top of a spiral staircase, they found their beds, 5 four-posters hung with deep red, velvet curtains. Their trunks had already been brought up. Too tired to talk much, they pulled on their pajamas and fell into bed. Harry, however, didn't fall asleep immediately. He drew his bed curtains, activated a small privacy barrier, a skill he'd developed for his room at the Dursleys, and called up the system interface. Text magical environment analysis complete Hogwarts castle, ancient magical nexus security wards, extensive magical detection, active adaptation required, limit active skill use in public spaces, develop skill camouflage techniques, establish secure practice location. Harry nodded to himself. He'd need to be more cautious than anticipated. The castle seemed almost sentient, its magic pervasive and observant. If he wanted to develop his abilities without drawing attention, he would need a secure, private location. He also needed to investigate the strange connection between his scar and the turban professor, who he now recalled was named Quirrell. Why would his scar hurt when their eyes met? And what was that dual magical signature? More immediately, Harry needed to adjust his strategy for classes. Traditional wizarding magic clearly operated differently from his system abilities. He would need to learn how they intersected, how his infinite mana could work through conventional spells without revealing its true nature. As his dormmate's breathing settled into the rhythm of sleep, Harry closed his eyes and allowed himself a small smile. Challenges aside, he was at Hogwarts at last. Whatever secrets and dangers awaited, he faced them not as the frightened, powerless boy the Dursleys had tried to create, but as something far more formidable. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, with infinite mana at his command. Let the magical world try to keep up. Classes began the next day, and Harry quickly discovered that there was much more to magic than waving a wand and saying a few words. Astronomy required studying the night skies through telescopes, herbology took place in the greenhouses behind the castle, history of magic was taught by a ghost who droned on while most students dozed. Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class provided the first real test of Harry's ability to blend in. After turning her desk into a pig and back again, earning gasps of amazement from the class, she set them to turning matches into needles. Harry could have accomplished this instantly with object manifestation, but that would reveal too much. Instead, he carefully observed how conventional magic worked, the specific way magical energy flowed from the wizard, through the wand, into the target object. When his turn came, Harry deliberately channeled only a fraction of his mana through his wand, mimicking the pattern he'd observed in McGonagall's demonstration. His match turned silver and pointy, though not quite a perfect needle. "Well done, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, showing the class his progress. "A very good first attempt." By the end of the lesson, Harry had perfected the transformation, but only after making visible progress at a believable rate. Hermione was the only other student who managed a complete transformation, earning her an approving smile from McGonagall. "That was brilliant," Ron told Harry as they left class. "How'd you get it so quickly?" Harry shrugged modestly. "Just focused on picturing exactly what I wanted it to become." In truth, he'd found the conventional approach frustratingly inefficient. His system allowed direct mana-to-matter conversion, bypassing the complex visualizations and precise wand movements that traditional magic required. It was like being asked to use an abacus when you had a calculator, functional, but deliberately limiting. The pattern continued in Charms, where Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who stood on a pile of books to see over his desk, squeaked excitedly when he reached Harry's name during roll call. Harry deliberately performed at an above-average but not exceptional level, mastering each spell after a few visible attempts. Defense against the dark arts, which many students had looked forward to, proved disappointing. Professor Quirrell's classroom smelled strongly of garlic, supposedly to ward off a vampire he'd encountered in Romania. His turban, he told them, had been given to him by an African prince as a thank you for getting rid of a troublesome zombie, but no one really believed this story. Harry paid special attention during Quirrell's lessons, not for the stuttering, largely theoretical content, but to investigate the strange dual magical signature he detected during the welcome feast. When Quirrell's back was turned, Harry activated magical awareness briefly. What he sensed confirmed his suspicions. Beneath the professor's nervous, flickering aura lay something darker, more powerful, carefully contained but occasionally leaking through. Most alarmingly, this secondary signature resonated with Harry's scar, creating a faint magical connection that intensified when they were in proximity. After class, Harry lingered, ostensibly organizing his notes. When the classroom emptied, he approached Quirrell's desk with an innocent question about defensive theory. "P. Potter," Quirrell stammered, "what can I do for you?" As they spoke, Harry surreptitiously expanded his magical awareness, probing deeper into Quirrell's unusual aura. The secondary signature reacted violently, flaring with recognition and hunger. Harry's scar burned in response, forcing him to withdraw his magical senses quickly. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, retreating with his question half answered. "That makes things clearer." As he left the classroom, a notification appeared, text warning, "Hostile magical entity detected, signature matches partial records, unknown dark wizard, caution advised." Harry frowned. Something was very wrong with Professor Quirrell, something potentially dangerous. But without more information, Harry couldn't determine exactly what threat the stuttering professor posed. The subject that proved most challenging was potions. Harry had been warned about Professor Snape's favoritism toward Slytherin and dislike of Gryffindors, but nothing prepared him for the immediate, personal animosity Snape directed specifically at him. Potions lessons took place in the dungeons, which were colder than the main castle and would have been creepy enough without the pickled animals floating in glass jars around the walls. Snape began the class with roll call, pausing at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling names and looked up at the class, his eyes black and cold as winter tunnels. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. "As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Silence followed this speech. Harry maintained eye contact with Snape, curious about the professor's intense dislike. When he risked a brief aura reading, he detected deep-seated bitterness, old grief, and something that seemed almost like guilt. "Potter," Snape said suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry had read the first-year potions textbook thoroughly, recognizing this as advanced knowledge. "The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's eyes narrowed, perhaps surprised Harry knew the answer. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat," Harry replied evenly. "It's a stone that can save you from most poisons." Snape's lip curled. "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir. Also called aconite." A flicker of something, frustration. Respect, crossed Snape's face before his expression hardened again. "Correct. It seems fame isn't everything, though memorizing textbooks doesn't make you a potioneer. Let's see if you can brew as well as you can recite facts." Throughout the double period, Snape criticized almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to favor. He swept around the dungeon, watching them weigh dried nettles and crush snake fangs, criticizing almost everyone. Harry worked methodically, using his enhanced senses to detect subtle changes in his potion that others might miss. When Neville somehow managed to melt Seamus's cauldron, creating a spreading acid that caused boils to spring up on people's feet, Snape rounded on Harry. "You, Potter, why didn't you tell him not to add the quills? Thought he'd make you look good if he got it wrong, did you? That's another point from Gryffindor." This was so unfair that Harry opened his mouth to argue, but Ron kicked him behind their cauldron. "Don't push it," he muttered. "I've heard Snape can turn very nasty." As they climbed the steps out of the dungeon later, Harry's mind was racing. Snape's animosity seemed deeply personal, not just the usual Gryffindor/Slytherin rivalry. What had Harry done to make Snape hate him on sight? "Cheer up," said Ron. Snape's always taking points off Fred and George. Can I come and meet Hagrid with you? Harry had received an invitation to visit the gamekeeper that afternoon. At 3 o'clock, they made their way across the grounds to Hagrid's small wooden house on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When Harry knocked, they heard frantic scrabbling from inside and several booming barks. Then Hagrid's voice rang out, saying, "Back, Fong, back." Hagrid's big, hairy face appeared in the crack as he pulled the door open. "Hang on," he said. "Back, Fong." He let them in, struggling to keep a hold on the collar of an enormous black boarhound. The hut was a single room with hams and pheasants hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling on the open fire, and a massive bed with a patchwork quilt in the corner. "Make yourselves at home," said Hagrid, releasing Fong, who bounded straight at Ron and started licking his ears. "This is Ron," Harry told Hagrid, who was pouring boiling water into a large teapot and putting rock cakes onto a plate. "Another Weasley, said Hagrid, glancing at Ron's freckles. "I spent half me life chasin' your twin brothers away from the forest." The rock cakes were shapeless lumps that nearly broke their teeth, but Harry and Ron pretended to enjoy them as they told Hagrid about their first lessons. Harry mentioned Snape's apparent dislike, which seemed to make Hagrid uncomfortable. "But he seemed to really hate me." "Rubbish," said Hagrid unconvincingly. "Why should he?" Harry noticed Hagrid wouldn't quite meet his eyes when he said this. His aura reading detected evasiveness. Hagrid knew something but wasn't sharing. While Ron told Hagrid about Charlie's work with dragons, Harry picked up a piece of paper that was lying on the table. It was a cutting from the Daily Prophet. Gringotts break-in. Latest investigations continue into the break-in at Gringotts on July 31st, widely believed to be the work of dark wizards or witches unknown. Gringotts goblins today insisted that nothing had been taken. The vault that was searched had in fact been emptied the same day. "But we're not telling you what was in there, so keep your noses out if you know what's good for you," said a Gringotts spokesgoblin this afternoon. Harry remembered Ron telling him on the train that someone had tried to rob Gringotts, but Ron hadn't mentioned the date. "Hagrid," said Harry, "this Gringotts break-in happened on my birthday. It might have been happening while we were there." Hagrid definitely didn't meet Harry's eyes this time. He grunted and offered him another rock cake. Harry reread the story. The vault that was searched had been emptied that same day. Hagrid had emptied Vault 713, taking out that small, grubby package. Had that been what the thieves were looking for? As Harry and Ron walked back to the castle for dinner, their pockets weighed down with rock cakes they'd been too polite to refuse, Harry thought about what he'd learned. Between Quirrell's strange dual signature, Snape's unexplained hatred, and Hagrid's suspicious behavior regarding the Gringotts break-in, Hogwarts was proving to be filled with as many mysteries as marvels. The following week brought another new experience for the first years, flying lessons. When Harry saw the notice posted in the Gryffindor common room, his stomach lurched with excitement. Flying on a broomstick was something he'd been eager to try since reading about Quidditch. Unfortunately, Gryffindors would be learning with the Slytherins. "Typical," said Harry darkly. "Just what I always wanted. To make a fool of myself on a broomstick in front of Malfoy." "You don't know that you'll make a fool of yourself," said Ron reasonably. "Anyway, I know Malfoy's always going on about how good he is at Quidditch, but I bet that's all talk." Malfoy certainly did talk about flying a lot. He complained loudly about first years never getting on the house Quidditch teams and told long, boastful stories that always seemed to end with him narrowly escaping muggles in helicopters. On the morning of their first flying lesson, Hermione bored them all with flying tips she'd gotten out of a library book called Quidditch Through the Ages. Neville hung on to her every word, desperate for anything that might help him stay on his broomstick later, but everyone else was relieved when Hermione's lecture was interrupted by the arrival of the mail. Harry hadn't received any mail since Hagrid's note, so he was surprised when a large, official-looking envelope was dropped in front of him by a serious-looking screech owl. Opening it, he found a formal letter on Ministry of Magic letterhead, Department of Magical Education, Ministry of Magic, Mr. Harry Potter, Gryffindor House, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Mr. Potter, the Department of Magical Education, in conjunction with the Department of Mysteries, is conducting a standard evaluation of magical aptitude among students of particular interest. Your status as the only known survivor of the killing curse has prompted our research team to request a brief assessment of your magical development. A ministry representative will visit Hogwarts on October 31st to conduct a series of non-invasive magical tests with selected students. Participation is voluntary but strongly encouraged, as findings may benefit magical education for future generations. Your cooperation in this matter would be greatly appreciated. Yours sincerely, Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. Harry frowned, showing the letter to Ron. Weird, Ron said after reading it. Dad works at the ministry, and I've never heard of them testing students at Hogwarts. Usually, the school handles all that. Do you think I should do it? Harry asked. Ron shrugged. Might want to ask McGonagall first. Seems fishy to me. Harry nodded, tucking the letter away. His system interface flickered briefly. Text warning, potential security threat. Ministry investigation may detect system anomalies. Recommended, seek additional information at 3:30 that afternoon. Harry, Ron, and the other Gryffindors hurried down the front steps onto the grounds for their first flying lesson. It was a clear, breezy day, perfect for flying. The Slytherins were already there, as were 20 broomsticks lying in neat lines on the ground. Their teacher, Madame Hooch, arrived shortly. She had short, gray hair and yellow eyes like a hawk. Well, what are you all waiting for? She barked. Everyone stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up. Harry glanced down at his broom. It was old and some of the twigs stuck out at odd angles. He activated magical awareness briefly, noting the broomstick's enchantments, complex arrays of levitation, directional control, and stability charms, all somewhat degraded with age. Stick out your right hand over your broom, called Madame Hooch, and say, up. Up, everyone shouted. Harry's broom jumped into his hand at once, one of the few that did. Hermione Granger's had simply rolled over on the ground, and Neville's hadn't moved at all. Madame Hooch then showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end and walked up and down the rows correcting their grips. Harry and Ron were delighted when she told Malfoy he'd been doing it wrong for years. Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard, said Madame Hooch. Keep your broom steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, but Neville, nervous, jumpy, and frightened of being left on the ground, pushed off hard before the whistle had touched Madame Hooch's lips. Come back, boy, she shouted, but Neville was rising straight up like a cork shot out of a bottle, 12 feet, 20 feet. Harry saw his scared white face look down at the ground falling away, saw him gasp, slip sideways off the broom and, Harry reacted instinctively. Without thinking, he activated telekinesis, one of his more advanced abilities. Invisible forces caught Neville, slowing his descent just enough to turn a potentially serious injury into a minor fall. Wham! Neville hit the ground, but far less hard than he should have. His broomstick continued to rise, drifting lazily toward the forbidden forest before disappearing from sight. Madame Hooch hurried over to Neville, her face as white as his. Broken wrist, she muttered after examining him. But it could have been much worse. Come on, boy, it's all right, up you get. She turned to the rest of the class. None of you is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say, Quidditch. Come on, dear. Neville, his face tear-streaked, clutching his wrist, hobbled off with Madame Hooch. No sooner were they out of earshot than Malfoy burst into laughter. Did you see his face, the great lump? The other Slytherins joined in. Shut up, Malfoy, snapped Parvati Patil. Boo, sticking up for Longbottom, said Pansy Parkinson, a hard-faced Slytherin girl. Never thought you'd like fat little crybabies, Parvati. Look, said Malfoy, darting forward and snatching something from the grass. It's that stupid thing Longbottom's Gran sent him. The remembrall glittered in the sun as he held it up. "Give that here, Malfoy," said Harry quietly, stepping forward. Everyone stopped talking to watch. Malfoy smiled nastily. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about up a tree?" "Give it here." Harry yelled, but Malfoy had leapt onto his broomstick and taken off. Hovering level with the topmost branches of an oak, he called, "Come and get it, Potter." Harry assessed the situation rapidly. He could use telekinesis again to snatch the remembrall, but that would reveal his abilities too openly. Instead, he grabbed his broom. "No," shouted Hermione. "Madam Hooch told us not to move, you'll get us all into trouble." Harry ignored her. Blood was pounding in his ears as he mounted the broom and kicked hard against the ground. Up he soared, air rushing through his hair, his robes whipping out behind him. In a rush of fierce joy, he realized he'd found something he could do without practicing or thinking, something that felt entirely natural. He turned his broomstick sharply to face Malfoy in midair. Malfoy looked stunned. "Give it here," Harry called, "or I'll knock you off that broom." "Oh, yeah," said Malfoy, trying to sneer, but looking worried. Harry activated physical enhancement subtly, improving his reflexes and coordination without obviously showing supernatural ability. He leaned forward and grasped the broom tightly, shooting toward Malfoy like a javelin. Malfoy barely got out of the way in time. "No Crab and Goyle up here to save your neck, Malfoy," Harry called. The same thought seemed to have occurred to Malfoy. "Catch it if you can, then," he shouted, throwing the glass ball high into the air and streaking back toward the ground. Harry saw, as though in slow motion, the ball rise up in the air and then start to fall. He leaned forward and pointed his broom handle down. Next moment he was gathering speed in a steep dive, racing the ball. The wind whistled in his ears, mingled with the screams of people watching. He stretched out his hand, a foot from the ground he caught it, just in time to pull his broom straight, and he toppled gently onto the grass with the remembrall clutched safely in his fist. Harry Potter. His heart sank. Professor McGonagall was running toward them, her face white with shock. Never, in all my time at Hogwarts, she was almost speechless with shock, her glasses flashing furiously. "How dare you, might have broken your neck, it wasn't his fault, Professor." "Be quiet, Miss Patil," "But Malfoy, that's enough, Mr. Weasley." "Potter, follow me, now." Harry caught sight of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle's triumphant faces as he left, walking numbly in Professor McGonagall's wake as she strode toward the castle. He'd blown it completely. He was going to be expelled, he just knew it. But to his astonishment, McGonagall led him not to her office or the headmaster's, but to a classroom where she extracted a burly fifth-year boy named Wood from his charms class. After a brief conversation in which McGonagall described Harry's dive in glowing terms, the situation became clear. Far from being punished, Harry was being recruited as Gryffindor's new seeker. "He's just the build for a seeker, too," said Wood, walking around Harry and examining him. "Light, speedy, we'll have to get him a decent broom, Professor, a Nimbus 2000 or a Cleansweep 7, I'd say. I shall speak to Professor Dumbledore and see if we can't bend the first-year rule. Heaven knows, we need a better team than last year. Flattened in that last match by Slytherin, I couldn't look Severus Snape in the face for weeks." McGonagall peered sternly at Harry over her glasses. "I want to hear you're training hard, Potter, or I may change my mind about punishing you." Then she suddenly smiled. "Your father would have been proud," she said. He was an excellent Quidditch player himself. The unexpected connection to his father hit Harry harder than he'd anticipated. He'd been so focused on his mother's protection and magical heritage that he sometimes forgot his father had been equally important to who he was. That evening at dinner, after sharing the astonishing news with Ron, sworn to secrecy until Wood announced it officially, Harry remembered the ministry letter. "Professor McGonagall," he said, approaching the staff table after dinner. "I received this today and wanted to ask your advice." He handed her the letter. McGonagall's eyebrows rose as she read it, her lips thinning into a tight line. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, Potter. I was not informed of any ministry testing to take place at Hogwarts. Should I participate? Harry asked. McGonagall studied him for a moment. I shall discuss this with the headmaster. In the meantime, make no commitments. The ministry does not typically conduct individual magical assessments of students without school approval, particularly of minors. Yes, Professor. Harry turned to leave, then hesitated. Professor, does the name Dolores Umbridge mean anything to you? A flicker of distaste crossed McGonagall's face. Senior Undersecretary Umbridge has certain views about magical education that do not align with Hogwarts philosophy. Leave this with me, Potter. As Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower, he pondered this new development. First Quirrell's strange dual signature, then Snape's unexplained animosity, the mysterious package from Gringotts, and now the Ministry's unexpected interest in him specifically. Something was happening beneath Hogwarts' placid academic surface, something that seemed to revolve around Harry and his unique status in the wizarding world. That night in his dormitory, after his roommates had fallen asleep, Harry established a subtle privacy barrier and opened his system interface. Text analysis of recent events. 1. Ministry investigation, targeted, possibly connected to magical anomalies. 2. Professor Quirrell, hosting secondary magical signature with connection to SCAR 3. Forbidden corridor, likely containing Gringotts package with significant magical value. Recommended actions, develop conventional magic skills. AS cover, establish secure training location, investigate Quirrell/SCAR connection. Cautiously Harry nodded to himself. The conventional magic classes were providing valuable context for how wizarding power functioned, even if they felt limiting compared to his system abilities. Learning to blend both approaches would be crucial to maintaining his cover while developing his true potential. Most urgently, he needed a secure location to practice without detection. The castle was filled with unused classrooms, but many were likely monitored by the school's magical wards. He needed somewhere truly private. With that thought in mind, Harry closed the interface and drifted off to sleep, his dreams filled with flying broomsticks, mysterious packages, and a strange, dark presence watching from the shadows. The weeks flew by as Harry adjusted to life at Hogwarts. Between classes, homework, and secret Quidditch practice sessions with Wood, he had little time to fully explore his system abilities. Nevertheless, he made progress in understanding how conventional magic and his unique powers intersected. In charms, when Professor Flitwick taught them the levitation charm, Harry observed how magical energy flowed through traditional spellcasting. The conventional approach required precise pronunciation, Wingardium Leviosa, with specific emphasis, exact wand movement, swish and flick, and focused intent. Harry's telekinesis, by contrast, required only direct application of mana with visualized intent. When it was his turn to practice, Harry deliberately used the conventional approach, channeling just enough of his infinite mana to make the feather rise gracefully. "Oh, well done," cried Professor Flitwick, clapping. "Everyone see here, Mr. Potter's done it." Only Hermione matched his success that lesson, though her technique required visibly more effort. Harry noticed her watching him thoughtfully as they left class. "You make it look so easy," she commented. "As if you're barely trying." Harry shrugged. "Just got lucky, I guess." "You did just as well." Hermione didn't look convinced, but thankfully, she didn't pursue the matter. In Transfiguration, when they progressed to transforming small animals into inanimate objects, Harry faced a more significant challenge. His object manifestation could create temporary items easily, but true transformation required a different approach. He experimented with channeling mana through his wand while visualizing the desired change, finding that this hybrid approach worked effectively while appearing conventional to observers. Professor McGonagall often gave him appraising looks but made no comment beyond awarding points for successful transfigurations. Harry suspected she had noticed something unusual about his magical approach but was waiting for him to demonstrate more before drawing conclusions. Defense against the dark arts remained the most concerning class. Harry continued to sense the dual signature from Professor Quirrell, particularly when the stuttering professor's back was turned. The secondary aura seemed to be growing stronger over time, while Quirrell himself appeared increasingly gaunt and nervous. Harry's scar often prickled painfully during these lessons, especially when he accidentally made eye contact with Quirrell. He began practicing magical resistance during class, creating a subtle shield around his mind that reduced the pain and, he hoped, the mysterious connection. Meanwhile, the promised ministry visit approached. Headmaster Dumbledore announced at breakfast one morning that ministry representatives would indeed be visiting on Halloween to conduct optional magical assessments of selected students. Participation is entirely voluntary, Dumbledore assured them, his blue eyes twinkling but his aura, which Harry checked discreetly, showing concern. Those who have received invitations may report to the designated classroom after the Halloween feast if they wish to contribute to the ministry's educational research. Harry noted that Professor McGonagall's lips were pressed into a thin, disapproving line throughout this announcement. Clearly, she hadn't been able to prevent the visit entirely. "Are you going to do it?" Ron asked Harry later. Harry shook his head. McGonagall seemed suspicious about the whole thing. "I think I'll skip it." "Good call," Ron agreed. "Dad always says ministry research usually means they're looking for something specific but don't want to admit it." As Halloween approached, Harry finally found what he'd been seeking, a secure location to practice his abilities. He discovered it by accident while avoiding Filch after a particularly late Quidditch practice. Needing a place to hide, Harry had paced frantically along a 7th-floor corridor, thinking desperately of a place where he wouldn't be found. To his astonishment, a door materialized in the previously blank wall. Harry slipped inside to find a perfect hiding spot, a small, cozy room with no windows and a single comfortable chair. After Filch passed, Harry exited, only to find the door vanished behind him. Intrigued, Harry experimented over the next few nights. He discovered that by walking past the blank wall 3 times while concentrating on a specific need, the room would appear, configured exactly as required. His system interface identified it, text location discovered, room of requirement unique magical space, self-configuring detection wards, minimal suitability for practice, optimal. Harry could hardly believe his luck. The room of requirement became his sanctuary, a place to practice his more advanced abilities without fear of detection. He requested a practice space with magical dampening features, ensuring any energy signatures remained contained within the room. Inside this sanctuary, Harry began serious development of his combat abilities. Telekinesis expanded to include precise manipulation of multiple objects simultaneously. Mana Shield evolved into a multi-layered defense capable of absorbing significant magical attacks. He experimented with elemental manipulation, learning to generate and control fire, water, air, and earth in various combinations. Most importantly, Harry worked on integrating his system abilities with conventional spellcasting. He discovered that channeling his infinite mana through traditional spells dramatically enhanced their power and precision, while maintaining the appearance of normal magic to outside observers. On the morning of Halloween, Harry woke with a strange heaviness in his chest. Only as he dressed did he realize the significance of the date, 10 years exactly since his parents had been murdered. The realization cast a shadow over his mood as he joined Ron for breakfast. Classes proceeded normally, though Harry found it difficult to concentrate. In charms, they began learning the levitation charm, which Harry and Hermione mastered quickly. Ron struggled with the pronunciation, leading to a tense exchange with Hermione after class. "It's no wonder no one can stand her," Ron said to Harry as they pushed their way into the crowded corridor. "She's a nightmare, honestly." Someone knocked into Harry as they hurried past. It was Hermione, and Harry was startled to see tears in her eyes. "I think she heard you," Harry said quietly. "So?" said Ron, looking uncomfortable. "She must have noticed she's got no friends." Hermione didn't appear in their next class and wasn't seen all afternoon. As they made their way down to the Great Hall for the Halloween feast, they overheard Parvati telling her friend Lavender that Hermione was crying in the girls' bathroom and wanted to be left alone. Harry felt a twinge of concern. He'd been so focused on maintaining his own secrets that he'd largely avoided forming close friendships. Perhaps that had been a mistake, not just for others, but for himself as well. What good was power if it isolated you from normal human connections? The Halloween decorations in the Great Hall temporarily distracted him from these thoughts. 1,000 live bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling while 1,000 more swooped over the tables in low black clouds, making the candles in the pumpkins stutter. The feast appeared suddenly on golden plates, as it had at the start of term banquet. Harry was just helping himself to a baked potato when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. Everyone stared as he reached Professor Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the table, and gasped, "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. There was an uproar. Professor Dumbledore produced several purple firecrackers from the end of his wand to bring silence. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." As Percy enthusiastically marshaled the Gryffindors, Harry grabbed Ron's arm. "Hermione," he whispered urgently. "She doesn't know about the troll." Ron bit his lip, conflicted. "Oh, all right," he relented. "But Percy'd better not see us." Ducking down, they joined the Hufflepuffs going the other way, slipped down a deserted side corridor, and hurried toward the girls' bathroom. They had just turned the corner when they heard quick footsteps behind them. "Percy," hissed Ron, pulling Harry behind a large stone griffin. Peering around it, they saw not Percy but Snape. He crossed the corridor and disappeared from view. Harry activated enhanced senses briefly, noting the direction. Snape was heading for the 3rd floor, not the dungeons where the troll was supposedly located. "What's he up to?" Harry whispered. "Why isn't he down in the dungeons with the rest of the teachers?" "Search me," Ron murmured. Quietly as possible, they crept along the next corridor, following Snape's fading footsteps. "He's heading for the 3rd floor," Harry muttered. But before they could discuss this further, they caught a foul stench, a mixture of old socks and the kind of public toilet no one seems to clean. Then they heard it, a low grunting, and the shuffling footfalls of gigantic feet. Ron pointed. At the end of a passage to the left, something huge was moving toward them. They shrank into the shadows and watched as it emerged into a patch of moonlight. It was a horrible sight. 12 feet tall, its skin was a dull, granite gray, its great lumpy body like a boulder with its small bald head perched on top like a coconut. It had short legs thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. The smell coming from it was incredible. It was holding a huge wooden club, which dragged along the floor because its arms were so long. Harry immediately activated magical awareness, assessing the creature. Its magical signature was primitive but powerful, a mountain troll, his interface confirmed, with natural resistance to most basic spells and incredible physical strength. The troll stopped next to a doorway and peered inside. It waggled its long ears, making up its tiny mind, then slouched slowly into the room. "The key's in the lock," Harry muttered. "We could lock it in." "Good idea," said Ron nervously. They edged toward the open door, mouths dry, praying the troll wasn't about to come out of it. With one great leap, Harry managed to grab the key, slam the door, and lock it. Yes. Flushed with their victory, they started to run back up the passage, but as they reached the corner they heard something that made their hearts stop, a high, petrified scream, coming from the chamber they'd just locked. "Oh, no," said Ron, pale as the bloody Baron. "It's the girls' bathroom." Harry gasped. "Hermione," they said together. Harry didn't hesitate. Activating physical enhancement, he sprinted back to the door, turned the key, and pulled the door open. Hermione Granger was shrinking against the wall opposite, looking as if she was about to faint. The troll was advancing on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. "Confuse it," Harry said desperately to Ron, and seizing a tap, he threw it as hard as he could against the wall. The troll stopped a few feet from Hermione. It lumbered around, blinking stupidly, to see what had made the noise. Its mean little eyes saw Harry. It hesitated, then made for him instead, lifting its club as it went. "Oi, pea-brain," yelled Ron from the other side of the chamber, throwing a metal pipe at it. The troll didn't even seem to notice the pipe hitting its shoulder, but it heard the yell and paused again, turning its ugly snout toward Ron instead. Harry used the distraction to circle around to Hermione. "Come on, run, run!" he yelled, trying to pull her toward the door, but she couldn't move, still flattened against the wall in terror. The troll was now within striking distance of Ron. Harry knew conventional first-year magic would be useless against a fully grown mountain troll. He had to use his system abilities, but carefully, nothing that couldn't be explained as accidental magic under stress. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Harry shouted, pointing his wand at the troll's club. Instead of using the actual spell, Harry channeled telekinesis through his wand, applying far more power than the conventional charm would allow. The massive club wrenched from the troll's grasp, rose high into the air, then came crashing back down onto its owner's head with devastating force. The troll swayed on the spot and then fell flat on its face with a thud that made the whole room tremble. The impact cracked the stone floor beneath it, such was the power Harry had applied through his telekinetic ability. Hermione spoke first, her voice faint. "Is it dead?" "I don't think so," said Harry, though he knew the blow had been severe. "Just knocked out." A sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the three of them look up. Professor McGonagall burst into the room, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly down on a toilet, clutching his heart. Snape bent over the troll, while McGonagall was looking at Harry and Ron with an expression of cold fury Harry had never seen before. "What on earth were you thinking?" said Professor McGonagall, with icy anger in her voice. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory?" Then a small voice came out of the shadows. "Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger." Hermione managed to get to her feet at last. "I went looking for the troll because I thought I could deal with it on my own, you know, because I've read all about them." Harry struggled to keep his face neutral. Hermione Granger, telling a downright lie to a teacher. "If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now," she continued. Harry knocked it out with its own club. "They didn't have time to come and fetch anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived." "Well, in that case," said Professor McGonagall, staring at the three of them, "Miss Granger, you foolish girl, how could you think of tackling a mountain troll on your own?" Hermione hung her head. McGonagall deducted 5 points from Gryffindor for Hermione's supposed foolishness but awarded 5 each to Harry and Ron for sheer dumb luck. They were dismissed to return to Gryffindor Tower. As they left, Harry noticed Snape giving him a calculating look, his robe somewhat torn and a bloody gash visible on his leg before he quickly covered it. Quirrell, meanwhile, avoided looking at Harry entirely, his aura flickering with what seemed almost like fear. They didn't speak at all until they had climbed 2 floors up, well away from the teachers. "We should have gotten more than 10 points, Ron grumbled. 5, you mean, once she's taken off Hermione's," Harry corrected. "Good of her to get us out of trouble like that," Ron admitted. "Mind you, we did save her. She might not have needed saving if we hadn't locked the thing in with her," Harry reminded him. They had reached the portrait of the fat lady. "Pig snout," they said and entered. The common room was packed and noisy. Everyone was eating the food that had been sent up. Hermione, however, stood alone by the door, waiting for them. There was a very embarrassed pause. Then, none of them looking at each other, they all said, "Thanks," and hurried off to get plates. But from that moment on, Hermione Granger became their friend. There are some things you can't share without ending up liking each other, and knocking out a 12-foot mountain troll is one of them. Later that night, when the common room had emptied and Ron had gone up to bed, Harry lingered, finding Hermione still working on an essay by the fire. "That was a brave thing you did, taking the blame," he said quietly, sitting across from her. Hermione looked up, surprised. You two saved my life. It seemed only fair. She hesitated, then added, that spell you used on the Trolls Club, that wasn't a normal levitation charm, was it? Harry tensed internally but kept his expression neutral. What do you mean? I've been practicing that charm all week. It requires precise control, and larger objects are much harder to levitate. A Trolls Club should have been almost impossible for a first year. Her eyes were sharp, analytical. And the force with which it hit the troll, that wasn't just gravity. Harry considered his options. Hermione was dangerously perceptive, and denying what she'd seen would only make her more suspicious. A partial truth seemed wisest. Sometimes, he said carefully, when I'm in danger or extremely focused, my magic works differently, more powerfully. It's always been that way, even before I knew I was a wizard. This wasn't a lie, merely an incomplete explanation. Hermione nodded slowly. Accidental magic, but controlled. I've read about cases like that, wizards and witches who could channel accidental magic intentionally in times of stress. It's extremely rare, though. I'd appreciate if you didn't mention it to anyone, Harry said. I'm getting enough attention just for being the boy who lived, without adding more rumors. Of course, Hermione promised, though her expression remained thoughtful. We're friends now, aren't we? Friends keep each other's secrets. Harry smiled, feeling an unexpected warmth at her words. Friends, he agreed. As he climbed the stairs to his dormitory later, Harry reflected on the eventful Halloween. His use of enhanced abilities to defeat the troll had been risky but necessary. Fortunately, it could be explained away as accidental magic under stress, a phenomenon Hermione had confirmed was recognized, if rare. More concerning was Snape's apparent interest in the third-floor corridor and his injured leg. Had he been trying to get past the three-headed dog Harry had glimpsed through a briefly opened door during his exploration of the castle? Was the Gringotts package hidden there? And what about the ministry representative scheduled to visit after the feast? With the troll incident, had they postponed their mysterious testing? Harry hadn't received any further communication about it. In his bed, behind privacy wards, Harry opened his system interface, text status update, combat abilities successfully tested, troll encounter, potential ally identified, Hermione Granger, suspicious activities confirmed, Snape, third-floor corridor, Quirrell/secondary signature growing stronger warning, partial ability revelation may increase scrutiny recommended, increase conventional magical training AS cover. Harry nodded to himself. The warning was valid, even his limited display against the troll might draw attention. He needed to excel at conventional magic to provide a plausible explanation for any abilities he demonstrated under pressure. Rolling onto his side, Harry closed the interface and drifted towards sleep, his mind full of trolls, three-headed dogs, and the growing sense that beneath Hogwarts' placid surface, dangerous currents were beginning to swirl. November arrived, bringing with it bitterly cold weather and the start of the Quidditch season. Harry's first match, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, approached rapidly, adding another layer of stress to his already complex life at Hogwarts. Fortunately, his friendship with Ron and Hermione provided unexpected support. Hermione had become more relaxed about breaking rules since the troll incident and was much nicer for it. The day before Harry's first Quidditch match, they were out in the freezing courtyard during break, and she had conjured a bright blue fire that could be carried around in a jam jar. They were standing with their backs to it, getting warm, when Snape crossed the yard. Harry noticed at once that Snape was limping. The three of them moved closer together to block the fire from view. They were sure it wouldn't be allowed. Unfortunately, something about their guilty faces caught Snape's eye. He limped over, though he hadn't seen the fire. "What's that you've got there, Potter?" It was Quidditch Through the Ages, a book Hermione had lent him. Harry showed it to Snape. "Library books are not to be taken outside the school," said Snape. "Give it to me." 5 points from Gryffindor. "He's just made that rule up," Harry muttered angrily as Snape limped away. "Wonder what's wrong with his leg?" Ron said. I don't know, but I hope it's really hurting him, Harry said bitterly. That evening, Harry decided to ask Snape for the book back. Feeling that Snape wouldn't refuse with other teachers present, he made his way to the staff room and knocked. There was no answer. He knocked again, and again, no response. Perhaps Snape had left the book inside. Harry pushed the door ajar and peered inside, and saw a horrible scene. Snape and Filch were inside, alone. Snape was holding his robes above his knees, revealing a bloody, mangled leg. Filch was handing him bandages. "Blasted thing," Snape was saying. "How are you supposed to keep your eyes on all three heads at once?" Harry tried to shut the door quietly, but, Potter. Snape's face was twisted with fury as he dropped his robes quickly to hide his injury. "I just wondered if I could have my book back," Harry said, opting for honesty rather than an excuse. "Get out. Out." Harry left, before Snape could deduct any more points from Gryffindor. Back in the common room, Harry told Ron and Hermione what he'd seen. "You know what this means?" he finished breathlessly. "He tried to get past that three-headed dog at Halloween. That's where he was going when we saw him, he's after whatever it's guarding. And I'd bet my broomstick he let that troll in, to create a diversion." Hermione's eyes were wide. "No, he wouldn't," she said. "I know he's not very nice, but he wouldn't try to steal something Dumbledore was keeping safe." "Honestly, Hermione, you think all teachers are saints or something," Ron snapped. "I'm with Harry. I wouldn't put anything past Snape." Harry privately wasn't as certain as he sounded. While Snape clearly had tried to get past the dog, his aura during their interactions had never shown the malevolence Harry would expect from someone serving dark purposes. Bitterness, yes. Resentment, certainly. But not evil. But what's he after? Hermione wondered. What's that dog guarding? Harry considered telling them about the package from Vault 713 but decided against it for now. Too many secrets were already circulating, better to keep some cards close to his chest. The next morning dawned bright and cold. The great hall was filled with the delicious smell of fried sausages and the cheerful chatter of everyone looking forward to a good Quidditch match. Harry, however, felt queasy at the prospect of his first game. By 11 o'clock, the whole school seemed to be out in the stands around the Quidditch pitch. Ron and Hermione joined Neville, Seamus, and Dean in the top row of the stands. As a surprise for Harry, they had painted a large banner on a sheet Ron's rat, Scabbers, had ruined. It said Potter for President, and Dean, who was good at drawing, had done a large Gryffindor lion underneath. Then Hermione had performed a tricky little charm so that the paint flashed different colors. In the locker room, Harry changed into his scarlet Quidditch robes along with the rest of the team. Wood cleared his throat for silence. "Okay, men," he said. "And women," said Chaser Angelina Johnson. "And women," Wood agreed. "This is it. The big one," said Fred Weasley. "The one we've all been waiting for," said George. "We know Oliver's speech by heart," Fred told Harry. "We were on the team last year." "Shut up, you two," said Wood. "This is the best team Gryffindor's had in years. We're going to win. I know it." He glared at them all as if to say, or else. "Right. It's time. Good luck, all of you." Harry followed Fred and George out of the locker room and, hoping his knees weren't going to give way, walked onto the field to loud cheers. Madame Hooch was refereeing. She stood in the middle of the field waiting for the two teams, her broom in her hand. "Now, I want a nice fair game, all of you," she said once they were all gathered around her. Harry noticed she seemed to be speaking particularly to the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, a burly sixth year. "Mount your brooms, please." Harry clambered onto his Nimbus 2000, a gift from Professor McGonagall that had arrived just days earlier. Madame Hooch gave a loud blast on her silver whistle, and 15 brooms rose up into the air. The game began in a blur of movement. Harry hovered above it all, searching for the golden snitch as Wood had instructed. Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, was providing commentary, monitored closely by Professor McGonagall. And the quaffle is taken immediately by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor. What an excellent chaser that girl is, and rather attractive, too, Jordan. Sorry, Professor. Harry smiled, circling the pitch with sharp eyes. Suddenly, his danger sense flared violently. He rolled his broom just in time to avoid a bludger that had been speeding toward his head. Fred Weasley came chasing after it. All right there, Harry, he had time to yell as he beat the bludger furiously toward Marcus Flint. Slytherin in possession, Lee Jordan was saying. Chaser Pusey ducks 2 bludgers, 2 Weasleys, and Chaser Bell, and speeds toward the, wait a moment, was that the snitch? A murmur ran through the crowd as Adrian Pusey dropped the quaffle, too busy looking over his shoulder at the flash of gold that had passed his left ear. Harry saw it, a glint of gold hovering near the Gryffindor goalposts. He dived downward after the streak of gold, Slytherin seeker Terence Higgs neck and neck with him. All the chasers seemed to have forgotten what they were supposed to be doing as they hung in midair to watch. Harry was faster than Higgs, he could see the small, golden ball just ahead, wings fluttering, he put on an extra spurt of speed, wham! A roar of rage echoed from the Gryffindors. Marcus Flint had blocked Harry on purpose, nearly knocking him from his broom. Harry's Nimbus 2000 spun off course, Harry holding on for dear life. Foul, screamed the Gryffindors. Madam Hooch ordered a free shot at the goal posts for Gryffindor, but in all the confusion, the golden snitch had disappeared again. Harry dodged another bludger and resumed his circuit of the field. That's when it happened, his broom gave a sudden, frightening lurch. For a split second, he thought he was going to fall. He gripped the broom tightly with both hands and knees, but the Nimbus was behaving strangely, zigzagging through the air and making violent swishing movements that nearly unseated him. Harry tried to turn back toward the Gryffindor goalposts to ask Wood to call a timeout, but realized his broom was completely out of his control. He couldn't turn it. He couldn't direct it at all. It was zigzagging through the air, and every now and then making violent swishing movements that almost unseated him. Lee was still commentating, Slytherin in possession, Flint with the quaffle, passes spin net, passes Bell, hit hard in the face by a bludger, hope it broke his nose, only joking, Professor, Slytherin score, oh no. The Slytherins were cheering. No one seemed to have noticed that Harry's broom was behaving strangely. It was carrying him slowly higher, away from the game, jerking and twitching as it went. Harry activated magical awareness, trying to determine what was happening. His interface flashed urgently, text external magical interference detected broomstick enchantments being overridden source, targeted dark magic counterjinx also detected someone was cursing his broom, while someone else was trying to protect him. Harry scanned the crowd, focusing on the teacher's stand. There, he saw it, Snape, staring at Harry without blinking, muttering continuously under his breath. But next to him sat Quirrell, also maintaining unbroken eye contact, his usually nervous demeanor replaced with intense concentration. Which one was cursing him, and which was performing the counterjinx? Harry couldn't be certain, but given the dark secondary signature he detected in Quirrell, his suspicion fell on the defense professor. More people were starting to notice Harry's predicament now. His broom had begun to roll over and over, with him only just managing to hold on. Then the whole crowd gasped, his broom had given a wild jerk, and Harry was swung off it. He was now dangling from it, holding on with only one hand. Harry knew he had to act. If he fell from this height, even with physical enhancement active, he risked serious injury. He couldn't use obvious telekinesis to stabilize the broom, too many eyes were on him. Instead, he needed a more subtle approach. Concentrating intensely, Harry activated magical resistance, creating a shield around his broom to block the external influence. At the same time, he channeled a small amount of his infinite mana directly into the broomstick's existing enchantments, strengthening them against the curse. The broom stopped jerking quite so violently, allowing Harry to swing himself back on. As he regained his position, he noticed a small commotion in the teacher's stand. Quirrell had been knocked over, breaking his eye contact, while smoke was rising from Snape's robes. Harry didn't waste the opportunity. He pointed his broom toward the ground and went into a steep dive, determined to end the match before anyone could resume their interference. As he neared the grass, he spotted something golden hovering just inches above the field. The snitch! Harry stretched out his hand, fingers reaching for the tiny, fluttering ball. He leaned forward, almost lying flat on his broom handle, and with a final burst of speed, he caught the snitch firmly in his grasp. Just as his feet touched down, he raised his arm triumphantly, the golden ball clutched tightly in his fist. "I've got the snitch," he shouted, waving it above his head. The game ended in complete confusion. Flint was still howling that Harry hadn't caught the snitch but nearly swallowed it, but it made no difference. Harry hadn't broken any rules, and Lee Jordan was happily announcing the results. Gryffindor had won by 170 points to 60. But Harry heard none of this. He was being ushered to Hagrid's hut by Ron and Hermione, who had witnessed the entire broom incident from the stands. "It was Snape," Ron was explaining breathlessly. "Hermione and I saw him. He was cursing your broomstick, muttering, not taking his eyes off you." "Nonsense," said Hagrid, who hadn't heard a word of what had gone on next to him in the stands. "Why would Snape do something like that?" Harry exchanged glances with Ron and Hermione. What should he tell them? He knew what he'd sensed, 2 magical signatures affecting his broom, one malevolent, one protective. But which professor was which? "I found out something about him," Harry finally said. "He tried to get past that 3-headed dog on Halloween. It bit him. We think he's trying to steal whatever it's guarding." Hagrid dropped the teapot he was holding. "How do you know about Fluffy?" he demanded. "Fluffy?" Ron echoed incredulously. "Yeah, he's mine. Bought him off a Greek chappie I met in a pub last year. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard the—" "Yes," said Harry eagerly. "Now, don't ask me any more," said Hagrid gruffly. "That's top secret, that is." "But Snape's trying to steal it," insisted Hermione. "Rubbish," said Hagrid again. "Snape's a Hogwarts teacher, he'd do nothing of the sort." "So why did he just try and kill Harry?" cried Hermione. "I know a jinx when I see one, Hagrid, I've read all about them. You've got to keep eye contact, and Snape wasn't blinking at all, I saw him." "I'm tellin', yeah, you're wrong," said Hagrid hotly. "I don't know why Harry's broom acted like that, but Snape wouldn't try and kill a student. Now, listen to me, all 3 of ye, you're meddlin' in things that don't concern ye. It's dangerous. You forget that dog, and you forget what it's guardin', that's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Aha," said Harry, "so there's someone called Nicholas Flamel involved, is there?" Hagrid looked furious with himself for the slip. After they left Hagrid's, Harry, Ron, and Hermione retreated to an empty classroom to discuss what they'd learned. "So whatever Fluffy's guarding has something to do with Nicholas Flamel," Hermione summarized, pacing thoughtfully. "But who is Flamel?" Ron wondered. "And why would Snape want whatever it is?" Harry hesitated. "I'm not entirely convinced it's Snape," he said carefully. Ron and Hermione looked at him in surprise. "But we saw him jinxing your broom," Hermione protested. "What if he was performing the counter-jinx?" Harry suggested. "Have you considered that Quirrell was also staring at me without blinking?" Ron scoffed. "Quirrell? He can barely string 2 words together without stuttering. You think he's trying to kill you?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "But something about him feels wrong. Haven't you noticed how his stutter sometimes disappears when he's not paying attention? Or how his personality seems to shift when his back is turned?" Hermione looked thoughtful. "You're suggesting we shouldn't jump to conclusions about Snape just because he's unpleasant?" "Exactly," Harry nodded. "We need more information, about Nicholas Flamel, about what's being guarded, and about both Snape and Quirrell's interest in it." Ron still seemed unconvinced, but Hermione was nodding slowly. "The library," she said decisively. "We'll start researching Nicholas Flamel tomorrow. If he's connected to whatever's being hidden at Hogwarts, there must be records of him somewhere." Harry agreed, though privately, he had other avenues of investigation in mind. That night, after his dorm mates had fallen asleep, he slipped out of Gryffindor Tower under the protection of Mana Shield and his newly developed invisibility skill, not perfect invisibility yet, but a blurring effect that made him difficult to notice in shadows. He made his way to the third-floor corridor, intent on investigating Fluffy and whatever the dog might be guarding. The forbidden corridor was locked, but a simple Alohomora charm, enhanced with a touch of his infinite mana, opened it easily. The three-headed dog was indeed massive, filling the entire chamber with its bulk. All three heads were currently sleeping, but soft music playing from an enchanted harp suggested someone had been there recently. Between the dog's massive paws, Harry could see a trapdoor. Careful not to wake the beast, Harry examined the trapdoor from a distance, using magical awareness to scan beyond it. He detected a complex series of magical protections extending downward, plants with magical signatures, flying enchanted objects, what seemed to be powerful transmutation energies, and at the very bottom, the distinctive signature of an ancient, extraordinarily powerful magical artifact. Whatever Fluffy was guarding, it radiated power unlike anything Harry had encountered, except, perhaps, for the strange shimmering area in his Gringotts vault that Griphook had called a family heirloom vault interface. Harry withdrew without disturbing the sleeping dog. As he made his way back toward Gryffindor Tower, a flicker of movement caught his attention. He pressed himself against the wall, enhancing his camouflage, as a figure in a purple turban passed by, Quirrell, moving with none of his usual nervousness, his stride purposeful and confident. Most tellingly, as he passed Harry's position, Harry's scar burned fiercely, and his system interface flashed a warning, text hostile magical signature detected match confirmed, secondary aura in Quirrell caution, entity aware of your presence. Harry held his breath as Quirrell paused, turning slowly to scan the corridor. For a terrible moment, those eyes seemed to look directly at Harry despite his concealment. Then, with a slight frown, Quirrell continued on his way, disappearing around a corner. Only when the footsteps had faded completely did Harry exhale. The encounter confirmed his suspicions. Quirrell was definitely not what he seemed. The comfortable stutter, the nervous demeanor, they were in act concealing something far more dangerous. The next morning, after sharing with Ron and Hermione his successful identification of Nicholas Flamel as the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, based on a book he'd found in the library, rather than revealing his nighttime excursion, Harry received an unexpected owl. The official ministry seal caught his attention immediately. Department of Magical Education, Ministry of Magic, Mr. Harry Potter, Gryffindor House, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Mr. Potter, due to the unfortunate incident during the Halloween feast, your scheduled magical assessment was postponed. We have rescheduled this important evaluation for December 20th, immediately prior to the holiday break. Your participation is expected. The evaluation will take place in the presence of your head of house to ensure all proper protocols are observed. Yours sincerely, Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. The tone of this letter was noticeably different from the first, less a request than a command. Harry showed it to Professor McGonagall after Transfiguration class. I was afraid of this, she said, lips thinning as she read. The headmaster has expressed his concerns, but the ministry seems particularly determined in your case. Do I have to participate? Harry asked. McGonagall hesitated. Legally, they cannot force you, but refusing would likely provoke even more interest. I will be present throughout, Mr. Potter, and will terminate any testing that seems inappropriate. Harry nodded, though his concerns remained. His system interface had already warned him, text warning, ministry testing likely to detect magical anomalies recommended, develop concealment strategy options, magical signature suppression, limited duration, conventional magic focus, mask abilities, strategic underperformance, risk, suspicious. As the term progressed toward Christmas, Harry split his time between three priorities: normal classwork and Quidditch, investigating the Philosopher's Stone with Ron and Hermione, and Preparing for the Ministry's magical testing. In the room of requirement, he practiced signature suppression, learning to temporarily mask his infinite mana as a normal magical core. The technique was draining and couldn't be maintained indefinitely, but it should be sufficient for a brief examination. Hermione had become increasingly suspicious of Quirrell after Harry pointed out inconsistencies in his behavior. The three friends took turns keeping an eye on both Quirrell and Snape, noting their movements and interactions. "I still think Snape's involved somehow," Ron insisted during one of their strategy sessions in the library. "The way he looks at Harry sometimes." "I agree he seems to have a personal issue with Harry," Hermione acknowledged, "but that doesn't automatically make him the one after the stone. Quirrell was by the third-floor corridor yesterday when he was supposed to be teaching a sixth-year class." "They could be working together," Ron suggested. Harry shook his head. "I don't think so. I've seen how they interact, there's definite hostility there." What Harry didn't share was that his aura reading had shown Snape's energy signature actively opposing Quirrell's during several of their staff table interactions. Whatever Snape's feelings toward Harry, the potion's master seemed to distrust Quirrell even more. As Christmas approached and the castle emptied for the holidays, Harry found himself facing the Ministry evaluation with a mixture of apprehension and determination. He'd developed his cover story carefully, his magical abilities were strong but conventional, perhaps enhanced by whatever had allowed him to survive the killing curse as a baby. The day of the examination arrived cold and bright, with fresh snow covering the grounds. Harry made his way to Professor McGonagall's office, where he found not only his head of house but 3 Ministry officials waiting. "Mr. Potter," said a squat woman with a wide, flabby face and bulging eyes that reminded Harry of a toad. "How delightful to meet you at last. I am Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister." Harry shook her hand politely, noting the cold, clammy feel of her stubby fingers. His aura reading detected ambition, prejudice, and a deeply unpleasant satisfaction at having him there. This was not someone who wished him well. "The Minister sends his personal regards," Umbridge continued in a high, girlish voice that didn't match her appearance. "He's quite interested in your magical development." The other 2 officials introduced themselves as magical education specialists, though Harry sensed one was actually from the Department of Mysteries, based on his distinctive aura and the way the others deferred to him on technical matters. "This will be a standard evaluation," the Unspeakable explained, his voice professionally neutral. "We'll measure your magical core's baseline, assess your spell execution, and conduct a few specialized tests related to magical resilience. I trust these tests are all age-appropriate and non-invasive," Professor McGonagall interjected, her tone making it clear this was a requirement, not a question. "Of course, Professor," Umbridge simpered. "We're merely interested in Mr. Potter's extraordinary survival and any magical implications it might have." The testing began with basic measurements. Harry allowed his prepared signature suppression to activate, presenting as a strong but not unprecedented magical core. The officials looked mildly impressed but not suspicious. "Excellent baseline," the Unspeakable noted. "Now, please cast a simple levitation charm on this feather." Harry did so, deliberately using the conventional spell rather than his telekinesis. The feather rose smoothly, hovering at the height he directed. "Very good control for your age," the education specialist commented. "Now try this river stone, a more challenging mass." The tests progressed through increasingly difficult tasks, with Harry carefully maintaining his cover of a talented but not extraordinary young wizard. He could sense Professor McGonagall's watchful presence, her aura alert for any sign of inappropriate testing. Then came the test he'd been dreading. "For this final assessment," the Unspeakable said, removing a small silver device from his case, "we'll measure your magical resonance when exposed to specific energies." Harry tensed internally. Magical resonance was much harder to disguise than simple power levels. "Is this standard procedure for 11-year-old students?" McGonagall asked sharply. "A modified version," Umbridge replied with false sweetness. "Nothing to worry about." The device activated with a soft hum. Harry felt a gentle probe touching his magical signature, like fingers brushing across the surface of a pond. He maintained his suppression technique, showing only what he wanted them to see. The unspeakable frowned slightly at the readings. Interesting. Your magical signature has unusual harmonic patterns, Mr. Potter. Almost as if. He adjusted the device, and suddenly a much stronger probe slammed into Harry's magical core. His suppression wavered momentarily under the assault, and a tiny flicker of his infinite mana leaked through before he could re-establish control. The silver device emitted a high-pitched whine, its surface glowing briefly before returning to normal. The unspeakable's eyebrows shot up. "What was that?" he murmured, more to himself than the others. "Is there a problem?" McGonagall demanded, stepping closer. "Not at all," the unspeakable said smoothly, though his aura betrayed intense scientific curiosity. "Mr. Potter simply has some unusual magical resonances, likely related to his unique history." Umbridge was watching Harry with new interest, her toad-like eyes calculating. "Perhaps we should schedule a more comprehensive evaluation at the Ministry after the holidays," she suggested. "With parental consent, of course, or in this case, guardian consent." "That will not be necessary," McGonagall stated firmly. "Any further testing would require the headmaster's approval, as Mr. Potter's magical guardian while at Hogwarts." A brief battle of wills ensued, conducted entirely through tight smiles and carefully modulated tones. Eventually, Umbridge backed down, though her aura pulsed with frustrated ambition. "Very well," she said with artificial brightness. "We've gathered sufficient data for now. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Potter. The Minister will be most interested in your progress." After the Ministry officials had departed, McGonagall fixed Harry with a penetrating look. "Is there anything you wish to tell me, Potter?" Harry considered his options. McGonagall had protected him during the testing, but revealing his system abilities would be a massive risk. Still, he sensed she was genuinely concerned for his welfare. "Professor," he said carefully, "have you ever heard of someone having unusual magical resonances like mine?" McGonagall studied him for a long moment before responding. "There are rare cases of wizards and witches with atypical magical signatures. Your mother was one such case. Her charm work had a distinctive quality that Professor Flitwick still references in advanced classes." Harry felt a surge of connection to his mother at this revelation. "Do you think that's what they detected in me?" "Perhaps," McGonagall said, though her tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced. "Whatever the case, Potter, be cautious. The Ministry's interest in you extends beyond academic curiosity. Particularly with individuals like Madame Umbridge involved." "She didn't seem very pleasant," Harry admitted. "An understatement," McGonagall said dryly. "Dolores Umbridge has particular views about what constitutes proper magic and who should wield it. I would advise keeping your distance whenever possible." Harry nodded, grateful for the warning. As he left McGonagall's office, he reflected on how the wizarding world's interest in him continued to grow, first as the boy who lived, now as a magical anomaly. Maintaining his secrets while navigating these waters would require increasing care. That evening, in the nearly empty Gryffindor common room, Harry opened his system interface one last time before the holiday break. Text Ministry Assessment Analysis, Partial Detection of Mana Anomaly, Increased Interest Likely, Umbridge, Potential Future Threat, Unspeakable, Scientific Interest Without Immediate Malice Countermeasures Required, Improved Signature Suppression, Conventional Magical Excellence AS Cover, Careful Monitoring of Ministry Communications. Harry closed the interface with a sigh. The peaceful sanctuary he'd hoped to find at Hogwarts was proving to be anything but. Between Quirrell's mysterious dual nature, the Philosopher's Stone hidden in the castle, and now the Ministry's growing interest in his abilities, danger seemed to lurk around every corner. Yet despite these challenges, Harry felt more alive than he ever had at the Dursleys. He had friends who stood by him, abilities that grew stronger each day, and for the first time in his life, a place where he truly belonged. Whatever threats awaited in the coming year, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, with infinite mana at his command, would face them head-on. Chapter 3, the magic between worlds. Christmas morning dawned cold and white at Hogwarts. Harry woke to find a small pile of packages at the foot of his bed, his first real Christmas presents. Ron, the only other Gryffindor boy who had stayed for the holidays, was already tearing into his own gifts. "Happy Christmas," Ron called over, his face brightening at the sight of Harry's awakening. "You too," Harry replied, reaching for the topmost parcel. "I've got presents." "What did you expect, turnips?" Ron laughed, turning back to his own pile. Harry unwrapped the brown paper package to find a hand-knitted emerald green sweater and a box of homemade fudge from Mrs. Weasley. Warmth spread through his chest at the simple kindness from a woman he'd never met. From Hermione came a large box of chocolate frogs, and Hagrid had sent a roughly carved wooden flute. The next package was small and light. Harry unwrapped it to find a note attached to something fluid and silvery gray that slithered to the floor where it lay in gleaming folds. Ron gasped. "I've heard of those. If that's what I think it is, they're really rare and really valuable." "What is it?" Harry asked, picking up the shining cloth. It felt strange, like water woven into material. "It's an invisibility cloak," Ron whispered reverently. "Try it on." Harry threw the cloak around his shoulders, and Ron gave a yell. Looking down at his body, Harry saw only the floor. He had become completely invisible. He pulled the cloak over his head, and his reflection vanished completely from the mirror across the room. "There's a note." Ron pointed to a card that had fallen from the folds. It fell out. Harry pulled off the cloak and seized the letter, written in narrow, looping handwriting he had never seen before. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very happy Christmas to you." There was no signature. Harry stared at the note, his mind racing with questions. This had belonged to his father. Who had sent it? And why now? He activated magical awareness, examining the cloak more carefully. The silvery material radiated an ancient power unlike the standard enchantments he'd encountered at Hogwarts. This was old magic, layered and complex, with a signature that seemed to bend light and perception around itself. His system interface flickered, text magical artifact detected classification, invisibility cloak, exceptional quality, AG, centuries-old enchantments, perfect concealment, temporal resistance, bloodline affinity unusual properties, magic signature suppression. This was no ordinary invisibility cloak. Most magical concealment degraded over time or could be detected by certain counterspells. This artifact appeared to have resisted such deterioration for centuries. Who'd send you something this valuable without even telling you who they are? Ron wondered. Harry carefully folded the cloak. "I don't know, but it belonged to my father." The words felt sacred somehow. Another piece of his heritage, returned to him. Later that day, after the magnificent Christmas feast in the Great Hall, Harry retired early to his dormitory. Once alone, he called up his system interface, curious if the holiday might mark a progression point in his abilities. Text system status, seasonal milestone reached, advanced functionality unlocking new features available, skill fusion, mana construct permanence, enchantment embedding, spatial storage. Harry felt a surge of excitement. Skill fusion would allow him to combine separate abilities to create new effects. Mana construct permanence meant his created objects could potentially last indefinitely rather than dissolving after hours or days. Enchantment embedding would let him place magical properties into ordinary objects. And spatial storage, that seemed particularly useful for keeping important items secure and accessible. He spent the evening experimenting with these new functions, starting with spatial storage. Focusing his mana, he created a small pocket dimension linked to his magical signature. The interface showed, text spatial storage initialized current capacity, 1 cubic meter security, bloodline locked access method, intent activation. Harry tested it by placing a textbook into the seemingly empty air before him. The book vanished, stored in the invisible space. With a thought, he could retrieve it instantly. Perfect for keeping important items away from prying eyes. Next, he tried skill fusion, combining light creation with mana shield to produce a defensive barrier that could also blind opponents temporarily. The resulting skill, Radiant Shield, consumed more mana but offered tactical advantages beyond either original ability. He was attempting to create a permanently enchanted quill using mana construct permanence when a strange sensation washed over him, a faint pressure against his consciousness, like someone gently knocking on a door. Harry froze, his senses expanding. He detected an unfamiliar magical signature, unlike anything he'd encountered at Hogwarts, ancient, vast, and somehow, curious. Text external system interface attempt detected origin, unknown intent, communication accept. Yes, /NO, Harry hesitated. This was unexpected and potentially dangerous. Yet his instincts told him this connection related to the very source of his abilities. After a moment's consideration, he selected, yes. The dormitory around him seemed to blur, colors shifting into an ethereal blue-white space. Harry remained seated on his bed, but everything else had changed. He appeared to be in a vast chamber with no visible walls or ceiling, just endless twilight space filled with floating symbols and geometric patterns. Before him stood a figure that defied easy description. It appeared humanoid but shifted subtly moment to moment, sometimes appearing older, sometimes younger, its features neither distinctly male nor female. It radiated power beyond anything Harry had ever sensed, beyond even Dumbledore's formidable aura. Harry Potter, the figure spoke, its voice resonating directly in Harry's mind rather than through the air. At last we meet. Harry stood, instinctively straightening his posture. Who are you? What is this place? The figure smiled, a strange, luminous expression. I am the architect. Some have called me the system creator, though these are merely approximations. As for this place, it exists in the space between your thoughts and mine. A meeting ground, if you will. You created the system? The interface I've been using? Harry asked, trying to keep his voice steady despite his amazement. I created the framework, yes. The system as you experience it is unique to you, shaped by your mind, your magic, your potential. The architect moved closer, studying Harry with eyes that seemed to contain galaxies. You have been progressing well, faster than most who receive such gifts. There are others. Other people with systems like mine. The architect made a flowing gesture with one hand, and scenes appeared in the space around them, brief glimpses of different people throughout history, each interfacing with variations of the blue text Harry recognized. A Roman centurion commanding legions. A woman in medieval robes healing plague victims. A man in 18th century clothing transmuting base metals. Throughout history, certain individuals have been selected to receive access to the system. Each use is a test, an experiment, a possibility explored. The architect's expression grew more serious. You are the first, however, to receive infinite mana capacity. Most had definite, if generous, limits. Harry frowned. Why me? Because I survived the killing curse. Partially, the architect acknowledged. The magical event that occurred when Tom Riddle attempted to kill you created a unique resonance, a fracture in conventional magical limitations. But there is more to it than that. What do you mean? Harry pressed. The architect studied him for a moment. Your mother's sacrifice invoked protective magic beyond anything your world has seen in centuries. When combined with the rebounding death curse, it created a nexus point, an opportunity for intervention. Your intervention, Harry concluded. Indeed. I have observed your reality for many cycles, watching the patterns of magic evolve. Your situation presented possibilities I wished to explore. Harry felt a chill. So I'm an experiment? You gave me this power just to see what would happen. The architect's expression shifted to something almost compassionate. All existence is experimental, Harry Potter. The question is not whether you are being tested, but how you will respond to the test. Will you use infinite power wisely when so many before you have been corrupted by far less? Before Harry could answer, the architect continued, our time grows short for now. Your physical form requires rest, and prolonged communication across our respective planes is taxing. We will speak again as you continue to develop your abilities. Wait. Harry called as the chamber began to fade. You haven't explained everything. What's the purpose of this system? What am I supposed to do with this power? The architect's form was already dissolving, but its voice remained clear. That, Harry Potter, is precisely what I wish to discover. The true test is not what you can do with infinite mana, but what you will choose to do. The blue-white space collapsed, and Harry found himself back in his dormitory, slumped against his pillow as though he'd dozed off. Ron was snoring peacefully in the next bed, completely unaware of what had transpired. Harry sat up, his mind racing. The architect's revelations raised as many questions as they answered. His system wasn't unique, others throughout history had received similar gifts, though apparently with more limited mana capacity. And somehow, his mother's protection had created the conditions that allowed this intervention. Most troubling was the experimental nature of it all. The architect seemed to view Harry's possession of infinite mana as a test of character as much as a gift of power. What would constitute passing such a test? And what happened to previous system users who failed? As Harry lay back in bed, contemplating these questions, his interface displayed a new notification: Text Architect Communication Complete. New quest initialized, the Worthy Wielder Objective, Demonstrate Wisdom and Restraint in the Use of Infinite Power. Reward, Advanced System Access, Architect Recognition Failure, System Limitation or Removal. Harry frowned. The stakes were becoming clearer, and higher. Whatever this architect's ultimate purpose, it clearly had the ability to grant or revoke the system access that had become so central to Harry's identity. He would need to proceed with even greater care than before. The remainder of the Christmas holiday passed quickly. Harry divided his time between enjoying the relative freedom of the nearly empty castle with Ron and secretly developing his new system features. The invisibility cloak proved invaluable for nighttime exploration, allowing him to move through the corridors without relying on his still-developing invisibility skill. During one such excursion, Harry discovered a magnificent mirror in an abandoned classroom. The Mirror of Erist, as he later learned from Dumbledore during a chance encounter, showed the viewer their deepest desire. For Harry, it had displayed his parents and extended family, people he had never known but desperately wished to. The headmaster's warning about the mirror's dangerous allure resonated with the architect's caution about power and wisdom. Both seemed to be testing Harry in their own ways, watching to see how he would handle temptation and responsibility. When classes resumed in January, Harry returned to the challenge of balancing his conventional education with his secret abilities. His new spatial storage skill proved immediately useful, allowing him to carry books and materials without an obviously heavy bag. More significantly, he could now store sensitive items, like the notes he was compiling on his system abilities, in a place no one else could access. The first Transfiguration class of the term brought an unexpected development. Professor McGonagall had set them the challenging task of turning mice into snuff boxes, with points awarded for design and aesthetics. As Harry successfully transfigured his mouse into an elegant silver snuff box with intricate engravings, he noticed a Ravenclaw student watching him intently from the adjacent table. Padma Patil, twin sister to Gryffindor's Parvati, was observing not his snuff box but his wand work with unusual focus. When their eyes met, she didn't look away as most students would. Instead, she held his gaze with a calculating expression before deliberately turning back to her own work. Harry activated aura reading discreetly. Padma's aura showed extraordinary intelligence, acute observation skills, and most concerning, focused suspicion directed specifically at him. Unlike most students who were impressed or envious of his magical progress, her emotional signature indicated analytical curiosity, the kind that sought answers rather than admiration. After class, Harry purposely took his time gathering his materials, allowing other students to leave ahead of him. As expected, Padma lingered as well. "Your wand work is interesting, Potter," she said without preamble once they were relatively alone. "You barely moved your wand for that transfiguration." Harry maintained a casual expression. Just lucky, I guess. Some spells come more naturally than others. Luck doesn't explain consistent patterns, Padma replied, her dark eyes studying him. You perform magic differently than anyone else I've observed. Minimal wand movement, altered incantation timing, and results that exceed the expected energy input. Harry felt a chill of apprehension. This was far more specific observation than he'd anticipated from any classmate. I'm not sure what you mean. Padma smiled slightly. No. Then perhaps you can explain how you cast a perfect freezing charm in Flitwick's class last week without the characteristic blue energy signature that accompanies standard freezing magic. This was alarming. Padma had not only noticed Harry's unorthodox casting but had identified specific magical signatures that should have been visible only to someone with enhanced perception. You see magical energy signatures? Harry asked carefully. Padma's expression shifted subtly. My family has a tradition of magical sensitivity. My grandmother was a renowned magical theorist in India before relocating to Britain. She taught me to recognize magical patterns from an early age. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. But I've never seen anyone manipulate magic the way you do. It's not just strong, it's fundamentally different. Harry weighed his options quickly. Denying everything would only intensify her curiosity. Admitting the truth was too risky. A middle path seemed best, acknowledge her observations while redirecting her conclusions. I don't entirely understand it myself, he said, allowing a hint of genuine confusion into his voice. Since surviving the killing curse, my magic has always worked, differently. Professor Dumbledore thinks it might be related to whatever protection my mother gave me. This wasn't a complete lie. The architect had confirmed his mother's sacrifice played a role in his unique situation. Padma considered this. That's possible, but incomplete. Protection magic doesn't typically alter basic spellcasting mechanics. She studied him for another moment before adding, I won't tell anyone what I've noticed, Potter. But I am going to figure it out eventually. I find puzzles impossible to resist. With that, she turned and left the classroom, leaving Harry with the uncomfortable realization that his careful concealment wasn't as perfect as he'd believed. Padma Patil might lack his system abilities, but her natural talent for magical perception made her dangerously perceptive. He would need to be more careful, or find a way to bring her into his confidence without revealing everything. That evening in the library, Harry searched for information about magical sensitivity like Padma had described. In a dusty tome on magical theory, he found references to mage sight, a rare hereditary ability to perceive magical energies visually. The text confirmed it was more common in certain magical traditions outside Britain, particularly in South and East Asia. If Padma truly possessed this ability, she would be able to see aspects of his magic that remained invisible to others. This explained how she detected the anomalies in his spellcasting when even professors hadn't commented. As Harry replaced the book on its shelf, his fingers brushed against a thin, leather-bound volume partially hidden behind larger texts. Something about it caught his attention, a faint magical signature that resonated with his system interface. Curious, he pulled it free. The untitled book appeared ancient, its binding cracked and pages yellowed. Opening it carefully, Harry found handwritten notes in faded ink, dated 1723. As he read the first paragraph, his breath caught, I have been blessed, or perhaps cursed, with a most unusual gift. For 3 months now, I have witnessed strange blue text appearing before my eyes, offering guidance on the manipulation of magical energy beyond conventional spellcasting. I fear to share this development with my colleagues at the Alchemical Society, lest they believe me mad or, worse, corrupted by dark influences. Harry glanced around quickly to ensure he was alone before continuing to read. The journal belonged to Alastair Blackwood, an alchemist who had apparently received a system interface similar to Harry's own. Blackwood described his initial confusion, followed by experimentation with the new abilities the system offered. Unlike Harry, however, Blackwood's mana capacity had been limited, requiring careful management and recovery periods. More significantly, the alchemist had eventually drawn attention from the ministry of his time. April 17, 1724, the Department of Mysteries has dispatched observers to my laboratory. They claim routine interest in alchemical advancements, but their questions betray specific concern about my recent breakthroughs. I fear my attempts to conceal the true source of my insights have been inadequate. June 8, 1724, disaster. During a demonstration of my new transmutation technique, the blue interface appeared visible to all present when my concentration faltered. The unspeakables immediately placed me under observation. I am now required to report weekly to the ministry for what they term research collaboration, but which amounts to investigative interrogation. Harry frowned, reading more urgently. Blackwood's journal chronicled his growing paranoia as ministry interest intensified. The alchemist described fleeing London for the Scottish Highlands, where he established a hidden laboratory to continue his work away from scrutiny. The final entries were particularly troubling. December 21, 1724, I have at last made contact with the entity behind the system. A being of extraordinary power who claims to have granted similar gifts to others throughout history. It spoke of tests and potential, of balance and worthy wielders. When I pressed for greater power, removal of my mana limitations, it seemed disappointed. The interface has displayed warnings of evaluation failure since our conversation. January 3, 1725, the system is withdrawing. My abilities diminish daily. The blue text now appears infrequently, often displaying error messages. I have failed some unspoken test of character. In my hubris, I demanded more power instead of proving worthy of what I had been given. I write this final entry as a warning to any who might follow my path. The gift can be revoked as easily as it is granted. The journal ended there. Harry closed it carefully, his mind racing. This was confirmation of everything the architect had implied. Other wielders had received similar systems throughout history, all as part of some ongoing experiment or test. More ominously, those who failed the mysterious criteria could lose their abilities entirely. But why had this journal been at Hogwarts? Had Blackwood placed it here deliberately, hoping a future system wielder would find it? Or had someone else, perhaps Dumbledore, collected it as part of research into magical anomalies? Harry carefully slipped the journal into his spatial storage. He would need to study it more thoroughly in private. If there were clues to successfully navigating the architect's test, they might be found in Blackwood's experiences, even if the alchemist had ultimately failed. As January progressed into February, Harry faced increasing challenges on multiple fronts. Padma Patil had taken to observing him whenever their class schedules aligned, her analytical gaze following his wand work with unnerving attention. During one charms lesson, she deliberately partnered with him, using the opportunity to ask pointed questions about his magical technique. "Your mana doesn't deplete when casting," she murmured while they practiced warming charms. "Everyone else shows energy fluctuations with each spell, except you." "Maybe I just have larger reserves," Harry suggested, deliberately allowing his next charm to manifest with slightly more conventional visual effects. Padma shook her head. "It's not about quantity. It's about flow patterns. Your magic doesn't cycle through your core like normal casting. It's more like you're channeling something external." Harry changed the subject, but her observation had been uncomfortably accurate. Unlike conventional wizards who drew from an internal magical core, his system allowed him to shape infinite mana directly from some external source, presumably connected to whatever plane of existence the architect inhabited. Meanwhile, his nighttime explorations had yielded another significant discovery. In the restricted section, hidden behind a false panel in the floor, Harry had found a collection of research notes signed by Nicholas Flamel himself, apparently left at Hogwarts for safekeeping decades earlier. The notes primarily concerned the Philosopher's Stone, confirming what Harry, Ron, and Hermione had already deduced: the stone could transform base metals into gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality. But several passages hinted at something more: the stone's alchemical properties transcend mere material transformation. In my centuries of study, I have observed it serving as a nexus point between magical dimensions, occasionally manifesting phenomena that defy conventional magical theory. During the conjunction of 1762, the stone briefly displayed script in a luminous blue text that corresponded to no known magical language. Harry had nearly dropped the parchment upon reading this. Flamel had observed the system interface script through the stone. This suggested a connection between the Philosopher's Stone and the source of Harry's abilities, perhaps even a link to the architect itself. The connection made a certain logical sense. If the stone could grant eternal life and transform matter at a fundamental level, it operated at the boundaries of magical possibility, the same frontier where the system and infinite mana seemed to originate. These discoveries lent new urgency to protecting the stone from whoever sought to steal it. If Quirrell, or rather, the secondary entity within him, obtained it, they might gain access to more than just immortality. They could potentially tap into the same source of power that Harry's system utilized. Harry shared some of his findings with Ron and Hermione, carefully editing out references to his own system abilities. They had continued researching Flamel independently, eventually confirming his identity through a chocolate frog card of Dumbledore that mentioned his work in alchemy. "So that's what Fluffy's guarding on the third floor," Hermione whispered when Harry revealed the stone's presence. "The Philosopher's Stone. No wonder Snape's after it, anyone would want it." Harry had given up trying to convince his friends of Quirrell's suspicious nature. Without revealing his ability to sense magical signatures and detect the secondary presence, he couldn't adequately explain his suspicions. "The question is," Ron said, "what are we going to do about it?" "Nothing, for now," Harry replied. "Dumbledore is here, and as long as he's around, the stone is safe. But we should keep our eyes open, especially if Dumbledore leaves the castle for any reason." As February turned to March, Harry's midnight explorations revealed another crucial piece of information. Using his invisibility cloak to access the staff room after hours, he overheard a conversation between Professors McGonagall and Flitwick that confirmed his worst fears. "The Ministry's Special Investigations Unit has officially formed a task force," McGonagall was saying, her voice tight with concern. "Focused specifically on magical anomalies at Hogwarts." "Surely they don't suspect students," squeaked Flitwick. "The trace readings could easily be attributed to the castle's ambient magic." "It's not that simple, Phileas. The readings they detected during their testing in December were highly specific, concentrated around an individual student. Dumbledore has been deflecting their inquiries, but Fudge is under pressure from unspeakables who claim the signature represents a potentially revolutionary magical development." "Which student?" Flitwick asked, though his tone suggested he already knew. "Potter," McGonagall confirmed. "After everything that child has been through, to now have Ministry investigators circling him like vultures. Dolores Umbridge is personally overseeing the task force. That woman has always had a disturbing interest in controlling what she considers dangerous magical elements." Harry retreated silently, his mind racing. A Ministry task force specifically investigating magical anomalies, his magical anomalies. This complicated matters significantly. He would need to be even more careful with his abilities, particularly when Ministry officials might be present. The situation was made more complex by his ongoing development of system skills. His ability list had expanded dramatically: text-active skills, basic, light creation, master, object manifestation, master, physical enhancement, advanced, mana vision, master, sensory expansion, master, intimidation, advanced, mana shield, master, thermal regulation, master, telekinesis, advanced, illusion creation, intermediate, elemental manipulation, intermediate, active skills, advanced, magical awareness, advanced, aura manipulation, intermediate, spatial expansion, intermediate, mana construct creation, advanced, enchantment, intermediate, magical resistance, advanced, spatial storage, intermediate, radiant shield, advanced fusion skill, elemental shaping, intermediate fusion skill, signature suppression, intermediate, translation, basic, passive skills, nutrient generation, master, accelerated healing, master, aura reading, master. Danger sense, advanced, magical resistance, advanced, negotiation, intermediate. Adaptive learning, intermediate, mana affinity, advanced. With such an extensive arsenal at his disposal, the temptation to use his abilities openly grew stronger, especially when he witnessed situations where he could easily help others. This created an ongoing moral dilemma that the architect had perhaps intended as part of his test. One such instance occurred during a particularly harsh potions lesson. Neville Longbottom, perpetually terrified of Snape, had once again melted his cauldron, resulting in angry red boils erupting across his hands and arms. Snape had verbally eviscerated the boy before sending him to the hospital wing. Harry could have prevented the accident entirely with subtle telekinesis to correct Neville's potion. He could heal the boils instantly with accelerated healing. But doing either would risk exposure. Was protecting his secret worth allowing others to suffer when he could easily help? These questions plagued Harry as spring approached. He found himself making compromises, using minimal abilities to prevent serious accidents while maintaining plausible deniability, offering conventional assistance where possible, and sometimes simply accepting that he couldn't intervene without risking too much. The moral weight of these decisions wasn't lost on him. If power created responsibility, what did infinite power demand? The architect's test seemed designed to force exactly these ethical considerations. A pivotal moment came during a flying lesson in late March. The first-year Gryffindors and Ravenclaws were practicing advanced maneuvers when a sudden gust of wind caught Lavender Brown's broom. The unexpected turbulence sent her into a dangerous spiral 50 feet above the ground. Madame Hooch raced toward her on her own broom, but it was clear she wouldn't reach Lavender in time. Without thinking, Harry activated telekinesis, creating an invisible cushion of force that slowed Lavender's fall enough that when she finally hit the ground, she suffered only minor bruising instead of catastrophic injury. The intervention had been subtle, not stopping her fall entirely, which would have been impossible to explain, but merely reducing its impact. Still, Padma Patil, who had been watching Harry rather than Lavender during the incident, narrowed her eyes suspiciously. After class, she cornered him behind the broom shed. "I saw what you did, Potter." "I didn't do anything," Harry replied automatically. Hooch managed to cast a partial cushioning charm. "No, she didn't," Padma interrupted. "I was watching you, not her. Your eyes changed color for a split second, and I saw the energy flow from you to Lavender. That wasn't accidental magic. It was deliberate, controlled, and wandless." Harry remained silent, evaluating his options. Padma crossed her arms, her expression determined but not hostile. "I've been researching magical anomalies since I first noticed your unusual casting," she continued. "There are historical accounts of wizards who could manipulate magic directly, without conventional spellcasting. Most were dismissed as exaggerations or myths." She paused. "But I don't think they were myths anymore." "Why are you telling me this?" Harry asked carefully. "Because you saved Lavender today when no one else could have. Whatever your secret is, you're using it to help people." She uncrossed her arms, her posture relaxing slightly. "And because I think you could use an ally who understands magical theory well enough to help you make sense of your abilities." Harry studied her aura, searching for deception or hidden agendas. He found none, only genuine intellectual curiosity and a surprising sense of protective concern. "If, hypothetically, I did have unusual magical abilities," he said slowly, "discussing them openly would be dangerous. The Ministry is already taking an unhealthy interest in magical anomalies at Hogwarts." Padma nodded. "I've heard my father mention it. He works in international magical cooperation and says Fudge has been pressuring the Department of Mysteries to prioritize investigating what they're calling evolutionary magical developments." She lowered her voice. "They've specifically mentioned monitoring the boy who lived." This confirmed Harry's concerns about the Ministry's interest. "Then you understand why this conversation is risky for both of us." "I do," Padma agreed. "Which is why I've been careful not to document my observations or discuss them with anyone else, including my sister." She hesitated, then added, I'm not asking you to reveal everything, Potter. Just to consider that having someone who can help you understand magical theory might be valuable. Especially someone who can see magical energies the way I can. Harry weighed the potential benefits against the risks. Padma's magical sensitivity made her a unique ally. She had already proven she could perceive aspects of magic invisible to others. Moreover, her Ravenclaw approach to his abilities was refreshingly academic rather than fearful or power-hungry. I need time to think about it, he said finally. Padma nodded, apparently satisfied with this noncommittal response. Fair enough. When you're ready to talk, I study in the east corner of the library most evenings. She turned to leave, then added, and Potter. Whatever you did today, it was the right thing. Sometimes secrecy has to take second place to saving lives. As April began, Harry faced another unexpected development. During breakfast one morning, Professor McGonagall approached him with a concerned expression. Potter, the headmaster would like to see you in his office immediately after you've finished eating. Harry nodded, maintaining a calm exterior despite the sudden flutter of anxiety. Had Dumbledore somehow detected his system abilities? Or was this about the Ministry's investigation? Half an hour later, Harry stood before the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. Sugar Quills, McGonagall provided the password, and the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing a spiral staircase that moved upward like an escalator. He's expecting you, Potter. I would advise complete honesty, the headmaster has your best interests at heart. This last comment did little to reassure Harry as he ascended alone to Dumbledore's office. The circular room was fascinating, filled with silver instruments that whirred and emitted puffs of smoke, portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, most currently sleeping, and a magnificent red-gold bird perched beside the desk that could only be a phoenix. Ah, Harry. Thank you for coming. Dumbledore smiled from behind his desk, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. Please, have a seat. This is Fawkes, by the way, a phoenix and dear friend. Harry sat, activating aura reading discreetly. Dumbledore's aura was extraordinary, layers upon layers of power, knowledge, and experience, all controlled with meticulous discipline. Most notably, there was no deception or malice visible in the swirling energies, only genuine concern and curiosity. Am I in trouble, sir? Harry asked, deciding directness might be the best approach. Not at all, my boy. Though I am concerned about certain attention you seem to be attracting. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. The Ministry of Magic has taken an unusual interest in you, beyond the expected fascination with the boy who lived. I believe you encountered some of their representatives before the holiday break. Harry nodded. They said they were conducting educational research, testing magical aptitude. Indeed. Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. What they did not explain was that their testing detected magical signatures unlike anything previously documented in a young wizard. The Department of Mysteries has been rather persistent in requesting further access to you for additional testing. Harry maintained a neutral expression, though internally he felt a chill of apprehension. What kind of access? They have proposed removing you from Hogwarts for extended assessment at their facilities in London, a suggestion I have firmly rejected. Dumbledore's eyes lost their twinkle, hardening with resolve. While you remain a student here, I am responsible for your welfare, regardless of ministry pressure. Relief washed over Harry. Thank you, Professor. You're welcome, though I fear my opposition has merely delayed rather than prevented their interest. Dumbledore regarded Harry thoughtfully. Which brings me to the purpose of our meeting. Harry, is there anything unusual about your magical abilities that you wish to share with me? Anything that might explain the Ministry's extraordinary interest? This was the moment of truth. Harry could reveal his system abilities to Dumbledore, potentially gaining a powerful ally but also surrendering his most closely guarded secret. Or he could conceal the truth from someone who seemed genuinely concerned for his welfare. Harry chose a middle path. Since discovering I was a wizard, I've sometimes been able to do things without fully understanding how," he said carefully. "When I'm in danger or someone else is threatened, my magic sometimes responds more powerfully than I expect." This wasn't a lie, merely a simplified version of the truth. Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Your mother demonstrated similar intuitive magical control, particularly in charms. Lily could often achieve effects that took others years to master, as though magic simply made sense to her in ways textbooks couldn't explain." Harry felt a surge of connection to his mother at this revelation. Professor McGonagall mentioned something similar. "Do you think I inherited this ability from her?" "Perhaps," Dumbledore said, though his expression suggested he wasn't entirely convinced by this explanation. "Magic often runs in patterns within families. Your father had his own talents, extraordinary transfiguration ability and remarkable magical power when defending those he cared about." The headmaster rose, moving to stroke Fawkes gently. "Whatever the source of your unique magical signature, Harry, I would advise caution. Not everyone at the Ministry has benevolent intentions regarding unusual magical development. Some fear what they don't understand, while others seek to control or exploit it." "Like Dolores Umbridge?" Harry asked, recalling McGonagall's warning. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "You are well informed." "Yes, Madame Umbridge has particular views about what constitutes proper magic and who should wield it. Her involvement in the investigation into your abilities is concerning." "What should I do?" Harry asked. "Continue your education as normally as possible," Dumbledore advised. "Excel, but perhaps avoid displays of extraordinary magical innovation where Ministry officials might observe. And Harry," his expression grew more intense, "if you ever feel unsafe or pressured by Ministry representatives, come to me immediately. Hogwarts protects its own." Harry nodded, grateful for the headmaster's support even as he maintained his secrecy about the system's true nature. As he turned to leave, Dumbledore added, "Oh, and Harry. Professor Quirrell has reported some discomfort in your presence, headaches, he claims. Have you noticed anything unusual during your defense against the dark arts lessons?" Harry hesitated. "Sometimes my scar hurts during his class, sir. I thought it might be the garlic smell giving me headaches." "Interesting," Dumbledore murmured, his aura flickering with what appeared to be confirmation of a suspicion. "Perhaps you might pay attention to when exactly these pains occur. Such information could prove valuable." This cryptic suggestion left Harry wondering how much Dumbledore already suspected about Quirrell's true nature. As he descended the spiral staircase, Harry reflected on the headmaster's warnings about the Ministry and his apparent awareness of something unusual about the defense professor. The conversation had reinforced the need for discretion, but also provided some reassurance that Dumbledore was actively protecting him from Ministry interference. For now, that would have to be enough. As spring progressed, the threat from Quirrell grew more apparent. During a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, with Snape unexpectedly refereeing, Harry spotted Dumbledore in the stands. The headmaster's presence seemed to deter any interference with his broom, allowing Harry to catch the snitch quickly and secure another Gryffindor victory. But the real significance came afterward, when Harry, still in his Quidditch robes, spotted Quirrell heading into the Forbidden Forest. Following at a safe distance under his invisibility cloak, Harry witnessed a confrontation between Snape and Quirrell among the shadowy trees. "Don't know why you wanted TT to meet here of all places, Severus." Quirrell was stuttering. "Oh, I thought we'd keep this private," said Snape, his voice icy. "Students aren't supposed to know about the Philosopher's Stone, after all." Harry activated enhanced hearing, leaning forward to catch Quirrell's mumbled reply. "Have you found out how to get past that beast of Hagrid's yet?" Snape interrupted. But Severus, you don't want me as your enemy, Quirrell," said Snape, taking a step toward him. I don't know what you know perfectly well what I mean. Your little bit of hocus pocus. I'm waiting." But I don't." "Very well," Snape cut in. "We'll have another little chat soon, when you've had time to think things over and decided where your loyalties lie." Snape threw his cloak over his head and strode out of the clearing. Harry remained frozen, processing what he'd witnessed. Snape wasn't trying to steal the stone, he was protecting it from Quirrell. This aligned with Harry's suspicions about the defense professor. Using magical awareness, he focused on Quirrell, who remained in the clearing. The professor's dual signature was more pronounced than ever, the secondary presence seeming to pulse with rage. To Harry's shock, Quirrell suddenly spoke in a completely different voice, cold, clear, and without a hint of stutter, "The boy is here." Harry's heart stopped. How had he been detected despite the invisibility cloak? He activated danger sense, preparing to flee, when Quirrell turned and stared directly at where he stood concealed. "I can sense your magic, Potter," Quirrell said, still in that unfamiliar voice. "It calls to me, resonates with my own." Harry remained absolutely still, activating magical resistance to suppress his signature. The cloak should prevent visual detection, but whatever was inside Quirrell apparently had other means of perception. Quirrell took a step forward, then stopped suddenly, his face contorting in pain. When he spoke again, the stutter had returned. "M must return to the sea castle. P preparations to M make." He hurried away, leaving Harry shaken but unharmed. The secondary entity had sensed him despite his precautions. Most disturbing was its claim that Harry's magic resonated with its own. What could that mean? Harry reported a carefully edited version of this encounter to Ron and Hermione, finally convincing them of Quirrell's suspicious nature. They agreed to monitor the professor more closely, though Harry insisted they maintain a safe distance. Meanwhile, exams were approaching, bringing increased homework and study sessions. Despite these academic pressures, Harry continued developing his system abilities in the room of requirement, focusing particularly on defensive skills that might prove useful if Quirrell made a move for the stone. During one such training session in late April, Harry was practicing mana shield enhancements when the room suddenly shifted around him. The training dummies and practice targets disappeared, replaced by a simple stone chamber with a single chair. The architect materialized before him, its form more defined than during their first meeting. "Your progress continues to impress, Harry Potter." Harry straightened, lowering his shield. "You've been watching me?" "Always," the architect replied simply. "That is the nature of our arrangement." "Arrangement implies I had a choice," Harry noted. The architect's expression shifted to something almost resembling amusement. "You have always had choices, even if you were not aware of all available options. Your choices define you far more than your abilities. Is that part of your test? Seeing what choices I make with infinite mana?" "Precisely." The architect gestured, creating a floating image of Harry helping Lavender during the flying accident. "You chose to help this girl, despite risking exposure of your abilities. A revealing decision." "I couldn't let her get hurt when I could prevent it," Harry said firmly. Many with power would have prioritized their secrecy over a stranger's welfare. The image changed to show Harry's conversation with Padma Patil. "And this potential ally, you neither embraced nor rejected her outright. Cautious, yet not isolating yourself completely. Interesting." Harry frowned. "If you're monitoring everything I do, why do we need these conversations?" "Direct communication serves purposes beyond observation," the architect replied. "I wish to warn you of accelerating dangers. The entity residing within your defense professor grows stronger as it approaches its goal. It seeks the Philosopher's Stone not merely for physical restoration but to access deeper magical resonances." "What do you mean?" Harry asked, though he suspected he already knew. "The stone is a nexus point between conventional magic and more fundamental forces, the same forces your system accesses directly. If this entity obtains it, it could potentially sense the true nature of your abilities." This confirmed Harry's fears from reading Flamel's notes. "Is that why my scar connects to it? Why it can sense my magical signature?" The architect studied him thoughtfully. "Your connection to this entity is complex. When it tried to kill you as an infant, the rebounding curse created a link between you, a magical resonance that allows mutual awareness under certain conditions. This connection, combined with your mother's protection, created the unique circumstances that made you suitable for the system interface. So Voldemort is connected to my abilities? Harry asked, disturbed by the implication. Not to your system directly, but to the conditions that made you receptive to it, the architect clarified. Your mother's sacrifice created a protective shell of pure love magic, the most powerful and fundamental magical force. When it collided with the killing curse, the resulting magical fracture created an opening through which I could establish the system connection. This was the most detailed explanation Harry had received about how he'd gained his abilities. My mother's protection is still active. The system interface mentioned a blood ward in my status. Indeed. Her sacrifice continues to protect you, particularly against the entity that killed her. The blood ward anchors this protection through your maternal aunt's home, reinforcing it through your residence there. Harry absorbed this information, connecting it to Dumbledore's insistence that he return to the Dursleys each summer. The ward weakens when I'm away from Privet Drive. Correct, though it never disappears entirely. At Hogwarts, additional protections compensate somewhat. The architect's expression became more serious. But against the fragmented entity within your professor, your mother's protection remains your most fundamental defense. It cannot bear to touch you directly. Fragmented? Harry caught the specific terminology. What do you mean? The being you know as Voldemort has damaged his soul through forbidden magic. What resides in Quirrell is merely a portion of the whole, a shade seeking physical restoration through the stone's power. This revelation was disturbing on multiple levels. If what currently threatened the stone was only a fragment of Voldemort, what would a fully restored Dark Lord be capable of? I should tell Dumbledore, Harry said, thinking aloud. A reasonable consideration, the architect acknowledged. The headmaster suspects much already, though he lacks complete understanding of the situation. However, be cautious in what you reveal. Knowledge of your system abilities would complicate matters considerably. Because the Ministry is already investigating magical anomalies at Hogwarts, Harry concluded. Indeed. The current Ministry leadership views unusual magical development as something to be controlled rather than understood. Your infinite mana would represent their greatest fear, power beyond their regulatory framework. The architect began to fade, indicating the conversation was ending. Remember, Harry Potter, what makes you extraordinary is not your infinite mana but how you choose to use it. That is the true test, and it is ongoing. As the chamber dissolved around him, returning Harry to the room of requirement's normal configuration, a notification appeared, text quest updated, the worthy wielder progress, 43% evaluation, promising new skill unlocked, soul perception. You can now detect and analyze soul fragments and spiritual entities. Harry stared at the notification with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. Soul perception seemed directly relevant to the revelation about Voldemort's fragmented state. Was the architect giving him tools to combat this specific threat? The skill description appeared, text soul perception, basic, allows detection of soul integrity, fragments, and spiritual attachments. Range, 10 meters, expands with skill level, activation, conscious intent. Harry activated the skill immediately, curious about what he might detect within the castle. To his surprise, he sensed several distinct spiritual presences, the Hogwarts ghosts, naturally, but also more subtle traces throughout the ancient building, as though centuries of magical activity had left spiritual imprints in the very stones. More concerning was a faint but distinctive connection leading from his own forehead, from his scar, stretching out in the direction he knew Quirrell's office to be. The connection pulsed with dark energy, confirming the architect's revelation about his link to Voldemort. But there was something else too, something the architect hadn't mentioned. Using soul perception on himself, Harry detected an anomaly in his scar. A tiny fragment of foreign soul energy, distinct from his own, embedded like a splinter in his magical aura. His system interface flashed a warning, text foreign soul fragment detected location, curse scar origin, unknown dark entity containment, active, mother's protection. Harry felt physically ill. Was he carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul in his scar? The implications were horrifying, and explained so much about his connection to the Dark Lord, the pain in his scar, perhaps even his ability to speak Parseltongue, which he discovered accidentally while visiting the zoo. This revelation demanded action, but Harry wasn't sure what kind. Telling Dumbledore might be necessary, but would require explaining how he discovered the soul fragment. Removing it himself seemed dangerous without more information. For now, his mother's protection appeared to be containing it, preventing any influence on his mind or magic. With exams approaching and the threat to the stone growing, Harry decided to focus on immediate dangers first. The soul fragment had apparently been contained safely for years, it could wait a little longer while he dealt with Quirrell's plans. May arrived with beautiful weather that drew students outdoors during their study breaks. Harry, Ron, and Hermione spent most of their time reviewing for exams, though Harry maintained regular surveillance of Quirrell and the third-floor corridor. During one study session by the lake, Harry made a decision he'd been contemplating for weeks. "I need to talk to Padma Patil about something," he told his friends. "I'll meet you back in the common room later." "The Ravenclaw girl?" Ron asked, looking confused. "What about?" "She's been helping me with some transfiguration theory," Harry improvised. It wasn't entirely false, Padma's understanding of magical theory was exceptional. Hermione looked slightly hurt. "You could have asked me if you needed help. It's a specific question about Eastern magical traditions," Harry explained, which was closer to the truth. Her grandmother specialized in that area. This seemed to satisfy both of them, and Harry made his way to the library where he knew Padma would be studying. He found her in her usual corner, surrounded by books on advanced magical theory far beyond the first-year curriculum. "Potter," she acknowledged without looking up. "I was wondering when you'd decide to continue our conversation." Harry sat across from her. "I've been thinking about what you said, about being an ally who understands magical theory. And..." She finally looked up, dark eyes evaluating him. "I'm willing to share some information, with certain conditions." Harry established a subtle privacy barrier, nothing obvious enough to draw attention but sufficient to prevent casual eavesdropping. Padma noticed the magic immediately. Interesting barrier technique. Not standard Hogwarts curriculum. "That's part of what we need to discuss," Harry replied. "First condition, anything I tell you stays between us completely, no research notes, no discussions with others, not even your sister." "Agreed," Padma said without hesitation. Second condition. You accept that there are aspects I can't explain yet, not because I don't trust you, but because some knowledge could put you at risk." She considered this. "As long as withholding information doesn't put me at risk through ignorance, I can accept that." Harry nodded, satisfied with her reasoning. Final condition, this is a two-way exchange. I'll share some of what makes my magic unique, but I need your expertise on magical theory in return. Of course, Padma agreed, looking almost excited now. Knowledge exchange is the foundation of magical advancement. What specifically do you need? Information about magical resonance between souls, particularly in cases of magical damage or fragmentation. Padma's eyebrows rose. That's extremely advanced and somewhat obscure territory. Soul magic is heavily restricted, bordering on dark arts in many applications. I'm not looking to practice it, Harry clarified. I need to understand a situation I've encountered. After a moment's consideration, Padma nodded. I have access to some of my grandmother's research through family grimoires. I can look into it discreetly. She leaned forward. Now, what exactly makes your magic different, Potter? Harry had carefully prepared what to share. I access magical energy differently than conventional wizards. Instead of drawing from an internal core with limited reserves, I can channel mana directly from somewhere else. An external source. Padma's eyes widened. That's theoretically possible but practically unheard of. The magical energy cost for creating such a channel would be enormous. I didn't create it, Harry said truthfully. It was established when I survived the killing curse. My mother's sacrifice somehow created a connection to this external magic source. This was close enough to what the architect had revealed without mentioning the system interface directly. That would explain the unusual flow patterns I've observed, Padma said thoughtfully. Your magic doesn't deplete because you're not drawing from finite personal reserves. She studied him with new intensity. Can you demonstrate? Something small but distinctive. Harry hesitated, then created a small light orb above his palm, without using his wand or speaking an incantation. The light pulsed with gentle blues and greens, floating serenely above his skin. Padma gasped softly. Wandless, nonverbal magic at age 11. She activated what Harry now recognized as her family's version of mage sight, studying the energy patterns. The mana signature is unlike anything I've seen in conventional spellcasting. It's purer somehow. Less transformed by passing through a magical core. Harry extinguished the light quickly, not wanting to risk detection by others. This is why I need discretion. The Ministry is already investigating magical anomalies at Hogwarts, specifically focusing on me. I've heard rumors, Padma acknowledged. My father mentioned a special task force formed under Umbridge's direction. They're calling it the Magical Evolution Response Team, though the acronym is rather unfortunate. Harry almost smiled despite the serious situation. ERT did indeed sound ridiculous for a government organization. They're especially interested in your wandless capabilities, Padma continued. Apparently, their testing detected energy signatures similar to those recorded in the Department of Mystery's most restricted research areas. This was new and concerning information. What kind of research? My father didn't specify, probably doesn't know himself. But he did mention that Unspeakables have been pulling archives on something called transcendent magical manifestation cases from previous centuries. Harry thought immediately of Blackwood's journal and the architect's confirmation of previous system users. The Ministry was researching historical cases similar to his own. This partnership may be more valuable than I anticipated, Harry said sincerely. Your family connections provide insight I wouldn't otherwise have access to. Padma smiled slightly. Knowledge is Ravenclaw's greatest currency, Potter. I'm simply investing wisely. Her expression grew more serious. Now, about soul resonance and fragmentation, I'll need a few days to access the relevant family texts discreetly. Can you tell me why you're interested in such obscure magic? Harry considered how much to reveal. I've detected a magical connection between myself and another entity at Hogwarts, a connection that seems rooted in soul magic rather than conventional spellwork. Connected to your scar? Padma guessed shrewdly. The magical signature around it has always appeared anomalous to my sight. Yes, Harry confirmed, impressed by her perception. I believe part of what happened the night my parents died involved soul magic, possibly unintentionally. Padma nodded slowly. I'll focus my research on unintentional soul connections and their effects. We'll meet again in 3 days. Perfect, Harry agreed, standing to leave. And Padma, thank you. She looked momentarily surprised by his gratitude. We Ravenclaws rarely get opportunities to study truly novel magical phenomena, Potter. If anything, I should be thanking you. As Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower, he reflected on this new alliance. Sharing even limited information about his abilities carried risks, but Padma's knowledge and family connections offered valuable resources he couldn't access alone. Moreover, her analytical approach to his abilities, viewing them as fascinating magical theory rather than frightening anomalies, provided a perspective he hadn't encountered before. The next week brought developments on multiple fronts. Padma delivered preliminary findings on soul magic that confirmed Harry's worst fears about his scar. Historical cases documented instances where powerful death curses had unintentionally created soul connections between killer and victim. Most disturbing were references to intentional soul fragmentation through horrific rituals, a process called Horcrux creation that matched what the architect had described regarding Voldemort. Meanwhile, exam preparation intensified, with professors assigning additional review work as June approached. During one particularly exhausting study session in the library, Hermione discovered a crucial piece of information about Nicholas Flamel's work with dragon's blood, research that had led directly to the Philosopher's Stone's creation. Most concerning, however, was what Harry observed while monitoring Quirrell. The defense professor's condition was deteriorating visibly, his turban sometimes askew, revealing patchy hair loss, his complexion increasingly gray, and his body growing thinner despite regular meals. Yet the secondary presence within him seemed to be growing stronger, the dark aura expanding beyond Quirrell's physical form during moments of privacy. The situation came to a head in late May, when Harry overheard Quirrell sobbing in an empty classroom. Using enhanced hearing, he listened to what appeared to be a one-sided conversation, except that Quirrell was responding to another voice that seemed to come from Quirrell himself. "No, no, not again, please," Quirrell whimpered. "You have delayed too long," came the cold, high voice Harry had heard in the forest. "The stone must be obtained before Dumbledore returns from London." "I need more time, Master, the final protections are complex, you have had months to solve this puzzle. Perhaps you need additional motivation." Quirrell's agonized scream sent Harry stumbling backward, his scar burning fiercely. The defense professor was being possessed and tortured by the entity within him, Voldemort, or at least a fragment of him. More alarmingly, the conversation confirmed that Dumbledore would be leaving Hogwarts, creating the perfect opportunity for Quirrell to make his move for the stone. Sure enough, the following morning at breakfast, Professor McGonagall announced that the headmaster had been called to London urgently for a meeting at the Ministry of Magic. Harry exchanged knowing glances with Ron and Hermione. "It's going to be tonight," he whispered. "Quirrell will go for the stone while Dumbledore is away." "But what can we do?" Hermione asked anxiously. "We should tell Professor McGonagall." "She won't believe us without evidence," Harry pointed out. "We need to keep watch on the third-floor corridor. If Quirrell goes for the stone, we'll alert the teachers immediately." They established a rotation. Harry would take the invisibility cloak and monitor the corridor until midnight, then Ron would take over until 3, with Hermione handling the early morning hours. If Quirrell appeared, they would use emergency sparks from their wands to summon help. Harry took the first watch, concealed beneath his invisibility cloak near the forbidden corridor. For hours, nothing happened. Then, around 11:30, his danger sense flared sharply. Seconds later, Quirrell appeared at the end of the corridor, moving with purposeful strides and none of his usual nervous demeanor. Most telling, he was muttering an incantation Harry recognized from his studies as a high-level detection blocking spell, designed to prevent the castle's wards from registering his presence. Activating soul perception, Harry confirmed what he already suspected. The secondary presence, Voldemort's soul fragment, was now dominant, Quirrell's own soul energy diminished to a faint flicker. The defense professor was little more than a puppet now, controlled almost entirely by the Dark Lord's fragment. Harry faced a critical decision. He could follow the plan, send up emergency sparks to alert teachers, but that might give Quirrell/Voldemort time to reach the stone before help arrived. Alternatively, he could follow and try to delay them himself, risking direct confrontation with a Dark Lord, albeit a weakened, fragmented version. The responsible choice was clear. Harry sent red sparks shooting from his wand tip, bright enough to be seen throughout the castle. Then, knowing help would take precious minutes to arrive, he made the riskier decision to follow Quirrell under his invisibility cloak. The defense professor had already entered the forbidden corridor. Harry slipped in behind him, finding Fluffy already asleep, an enchanted harp playing softly in the corner. The trapdoor stood open, revealing darkness below. Harry hesitated at the edge. His enhanced senses detected multiple magical defenses beyond the trapdoor, the same array of protections he'd sensed during his earlier reconnaissance. But Quirrell had already navigated them successfully, based on the disrupted magic signatures Harry detected. Taking a deep breath, Harry jumped into the darkness, using physical enhancement to control his descent. He landed on something soft but immediately recognized the danger, Devil's Snare, a deadly magical plant. Using a subtle thermal regulation, he heated the air around his body just enough to make the plant recoil without revealing his magical abilities to anyone who might be watching. Moving quickly through the subsequent chambers, Harry encountered the remnants of Quirrell's passage, unlocked doors, subdued flying keys, and a partially destroyed chessboard where the professor had apparently blasted his way through rather than playing the game properly. In the next chamber, Harry found an unconscious troll, larger than the one he'd faced at Halloween. The stench was overwhelming, but he moved past it quickly, approaching a doorway with purple flames blazing across it. Beyond those flames, Harry sensed two magical signatures, Quirrell's diminished presence and the much stronger, darker aura of Voldemort's soul fragment. They had reached the final chamber. Harry approached the flames cautiously, finding a table with 7 differently shaped bottles arranged in a line. A roll of parchment lay nearby, some kind of logic puzzle to determine which potion would allow safe passage through the flames. Quirrell had already solved it, apparently, as one of the bottles was nearly empty. Only a few drops remained of what must be the potion to proceed forward. Using object manifestation, Harry discreetly created a small vial to collect these remaining drops. It wouldn't be enough for a full-sized person under normal circumstances, but with physical enhancement to reduce his body's resistance to the potion's effects, it might just be sufficient. He downed the drops, feeling an immediate icy sensation spreading through his body. Taking a deep breath, Harry stepped through the purple flames, maintaining his invisibility cloak's coverage. The chamber beyond was circular, with a high domed ceiling. At its center stood the Mirror of Erist, the same magical mirror Harry had discovered during Christmas. Standing before it was Quirrell, his turban removed to reveal a terrible sight on the back of his head, another face, chalk-white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. Voldemort's face. "I see the stone," Quirrell was saying in a strained voice. "I'm presenting it to you, Master. But I cannot obtain it from the mirror." "Use the boy," the high, cold voice replied. "He is here. I sense his presence." Harry froze. Despite the invisibility cloak, Voldemort had detected him. His soul perception confirmed the connection between his scar and the face on the back of Quirrell's head was pulsing with dark energy. "Potter." Quirrell spun around, scanning the apparently empty chamber. "Show yourself." Harry remained silent, calculating his options. His original plan to delay until teachers arrived now seemed insufficient. Based on the urgency in Voldemort's voice, they were close to obtaining the stone. He needed more direct intervention. Decision made, Harry removed the invisibility cloak, revealing himself at the chamber entrance. "Professor," he said calmly, "I think you've taken a wrong turn. The defense classroom is several floors up." "Potter," Quirrell replied without a trace of his usual stutter. "How convenient. Come here." When Harry didn't move, Quirrell snapped his fingers. Ropes sprang out of thin air, wrapping themselves tightly around Harry. He could have resisted with telekinesis but chose to appear captured while assessing the situation more fully. "Now," Voldemort's voice commanded, "look in the mirror and tell us what you see." Quirrell spun Harry around to face the Mirror of Erist. Looking into it, Harry saw his reflection, pale but determined. Then, to his astonishment, the reflection smiled, reached into its pocket, and pulled out a blood-red stone. It winked and placed the stone back in its pocket, and as it did so, Harry felt something heavy drop into his real pocket. He had gotten the stone. "Well?" Quirrell demanded impatiently. "What do you see?" Harry activated Mana Shield beneath his clothing, a precaution before attempting his deception. "I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore," he invented. "I've won the House Cup." Voldemort's hissing voice spoke again, "He lies. Let me speak to him, face to face." "Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough, for this." Quirrell unwound his turban completely, then turned slowly to present the terrible face on the back of his head. Voldemort's red eyes fixed on Harry with malevolent hunger. "Harry Potter." It whispered. See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. Unicorn blood has sustained me, but the elixir of life will restore my body. Now, give me the stone in your pocket. So he knew. Harry took a step backward, simultaneously using telekinesis to loosen the magical ropes binding him. Don't be a fool, snarled Voldemort. Better to save your own life and join me, or meet the same end as your parents. They died begging for mercy. Liar. Harry shouted, his anger genuine even as he calculated his next move. Quirrell was walking backward toward him, so Voldemort could still see Harry. An idea formed: if his mother's protection prevented Voldemort from touching him directly, as the architect had suggested. Seize him. Voldemort screamed, and Quirrell lunged. Harry activated physical enhancement and ducked aside, using his freed arms to grab Quirrell's reaching hand. Immediately, the professor screamed in agony. His skin blistered and burned where Harry touched it, confirming the architect's information about his mother's protection. Voldemort screeched, "Kill him! Kill him!" But Quirrell could not maintain his grip on Harry. Following his instinct, Harry pressed forward, grabbing Quirrell's face with both hands. The protection magic acted instantly. Quirrell's skin burned and cracked beneath Harry's touch. The pain in Harry's scar was blinding, nearly overwhelming his concentration, but he maintained contact, knowing this was his best defense. As Quirrell collapsed, howling in agony, Harry activated soul perception. The magic revealed Voldemort's soul fragment attempting to tear free from Quirrell's dying body, a dark, smoky essence preparing to flee. Without conscious thought, Harry activated his newly acquired skill, Text Skill Fusion activated, Soul Perception plus Mana Shield plus Magical Resistance. New temporary skill, Soul Containment, directing this fused ability toward the escaping soul fragment. Harry created a temporary magical barrier. The dark essence slammed against it, howling in rage and frustration. Harry couldn't hold it indefinitely, his concentration was already faltering from pain and exhaustion, but he might delay it long enough for help to arrive. The chamber door burst open, revealing Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape. Their expressions registered shock at the scene: Quirrell's crumbling body, the visible dark essence trapped within Harry's magical barrier, and Harry himself, bleeding from his scar but still conscious. Harry! Dumbledore rushed forward, wand raised. Release the containment, I'll take over. Harry gratefully dropped the soul containment skill, allowing his consciousness to fade as Dumbledore's much more powerful magic surrounded the dark essence. The last thing he saw before blackness claimed him was Snape's astonished expression and McGonagall's hand covering her mouth in horror. He had stopped Voldemort from obtaining the stone, but at what cost? His secret abilities were now at least partially exposed to the three most powerful teachers at Hogwarts. Harry woke in the hospital wing, sunlight streaming through the windows. His first conscious thought was to check for the Philosopher's Stone, but he was now dressed in a hospital gown. Turning his head, he saw Dumbledore sitting beside his bed, watching him with those penetrating blue eyes. "Good afternoon, Harry," said the headmaster. Harry tried to sit up. "Sir." "The stone, Quirrell, Voldemort, calm yourself, my boy. Quirrell does not have the stone. He cannot harm you here." "But where is the stone?" "The stone has been destroyed," said Dumbledore calmly. "Nicholas and I had a little chat and agreed it was for the best. But that means Flamel and his wife will die, won't they? They have enough elixir stored to set their affairs in order, then, yes, they will die." Dumbledore smiled at the look of amazement on Harry's face. "To one as young as you, I'm sure it seems incredible, but to Nicholas and Perenelle, it's really like going to bed after a very, very long day. After all, to the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure." Harry absorbed this, then asked the question that truly concerned him: "Sir, what happened in the chamber? I remember Quirrell couldn't touch me, and then I did something to contain Voldemort when he tried to escape." Dumbledore regarded Harry thoughtfully. "You demonstrated extraordinary magic, Harry. Professor McGonagall believes it was accidental magic triggered by extreme danger. Professor Snape has other theories, as he usually does. The headmaster leaned forward slightly. What do you believe happened? It was a careful question. Dumbledore was giving him an opportunity to explain without direct accusation. Harry chose his words with equal care. My mother's sacrifice protected me from Voldemort's touch, he said. That much seems clear. As for the containment, I'm not entirely sure what happened. I just knew I couldn't let him escape. Indeed. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, though his expression remained serious. Your mother's protection lives in your very skin, Harry. Quirrell, sharing his soul with Voldemort, found it unbearable to touch someone marked by something so good. He paused, then added, as for the extraordinary magical barrier you produced, I have my theories, but perhaps those are best discussed when you're fully recovered. This was Dumbledore's way of indicating he suspected something unusual about Harry's abilities but wasn't demanding immediate answers. Harry felt a surge of gratitude for the headmaster's discretion. They spoke for a while longer, discussing Voldemort's continued existence as a bodiless entity and the protection Harry's mother had given him. Finally, as Dumbledore prepared to leave, Harry asked one more question. Sir, there are still things I don't understand. What things, Harry? Voldemort said he only killed my mother because she tried to stop him from killing me. But why would he want to kill me in the first place? I was just a baby. Dumbledore sighed deeply. Alas, the first question you ask me is one I cannot answer today. When you are older. I know you hate to hear this, when you are ready, you will know. Harry recognized the finality in Dumbledore's tone. Whatever the reason, the headmaster believed Harry wasn't prepared for this knowledge yet. After Dumbledore left, Harry had other visitors, Ron and Hermione, bursting with questions about what had happened in the chamber, and later, to his surprise, Padma Patil. The entire school's talking about it, she said quietly, after confirming they were alone. They're saying you performed impossible magic against you-know-who. It wasn't impossible, Harry replied. Just, unconventional. Padma's expression turned serious. I've found more information about soul magic and connections like yours. We should discuss it privately when term ends. She hesitated, then added, what you did in that chamber, was it related to our conversation? Harry nodded slightly. The external source we discussed proved useful. I thought it might. She stood to leave. I'll be in touch over the summer. My family has resources that might help you understand more about your unique situation. After Padma left, Harry reflected on how drastically circumstances had changed. His confrontation with Quirrell/Voldemort had partially exposed his abilities to Hogwarts senior staff. Dumbledore clearly suspected something beyond accidental magic but hadn't pressed for immediate answers. Meanwhile, his alliance with Padma was proving valuable, offering access to magical knowledge outside Hogwarts' curriculum. Most significantly, the architect's warning about Voldemort seeking the stone for its connection to fundamental magical forces had proven accurate. The Dark Lord had sensed Harry's unique magical signature despite the invisibility cloak, suggesting a concerning level of awareness about Harry's abilities. 3 days later, Harry was cleared to attend the end-of-term feast. The Great Hall was decked out in Slytherin green and silver to celebrate their 7th consecutive House Cup championship, until Dumbledore awarded last-minute points to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville that pushed Gryffindor into first place. As the hall erupted in celebration, Harry caught Padma's eye across the room. She offered a small, knowing smile that spoke volumes. Their alliance would continue, regardless of house rivalries or competition. The following morning, exam results arrived. Harry had passed with excellent marks, achieving particularly high scores in defense against the dark arts despite Quirrell's compromised teaching. Hermione, naturally, received the highest grades of the first year. Too soon, they were boarding the Hogwarts Express for the journey home. As the castle disappeared from view, Harry thought about the extraordinary year he'd experienced, from discovering his system interface in the cupboard under the stairs to confronting Voldemort in the mirror chamber. He had gained friends, allies, and a deeper understanding of his unique abilities. Yet questions remained, about his connection to Voldemort, the soul fragment in his scar, the architect's ultimate purpose, and how to navigate the Ministry's growing interest in his magical anomalies. "You must come and stay this summer," said Ron as they approached London. "Both of you." "I'll send an owl." "Thanks," said Harry. "I'll need something to look forward to." As the train pulled into platform 9 3/4, Harry activated his system interface one final time before returning to the Muggle world. Text: first year evaluation complete, system stability, optimal magical development, exceeding expectations, ethical assessment, promising new features unlocking for second year, dimensional manipulation, basic, sympathetic magic, basic, advanced skill fusion, mana conversion specialization. Warning, increased external interest in abilities. Ministry monitoring active, Voldemort fragment aware of anomalous power, Dumbledore suspicious but not hostile, summer objectives, develop concealment techniques, research soul magic protection, prepare contingencies for Ministry intervention. As Harry stepped off the train to greet the waiting Dursleys, he felt a strange mixture of emotions. He was leaving the magical world temporarily, returning to Privet Drive where he would need to conceal his abilities once more. Yet unlike previous summers, he now had resources, knowledge, and connections. Most importantly, he had a clearer understanding of the architect's test, balancing power with wisdom, ability with restraint. Whatever challenges the Ministry, Voldemort, or the mysterious architect might present in the coming year, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, wielder of infinite mana, would face them with growing confidence and determination. The magic between worlds was his to command, if he could prove worthy of its potential. Chapter 4, Powers and Perils. Main plot points. Second year at Hogwarts begins with Harry having greater control. The Ministry Task Force begins interviewing students at Hogwarts Chamber of Secrets. Subplot intertwines with Harry's growing abilities. Harry discovers he can understand the basilisk through a system translation feature. The rival becomes a reluctant ally against a greater threat. Harry's unique abilities allow him to perceive magic others can't, leading to discovering Horcruxes early. Confrontation with both the basilisk and a Ministry team simultaneously. Harry must make public choices that reveal his abilities to save multiple lives. Character development. Harry transitions from hiding his abilities to using them more openly for good. Romantic relationship develops through shared danger and mutual respect. Harry begins mentoring others, showing leadership qualities. Struggles with the temptation to use power for revenge or personal gain. Antagonists. The basilisk, representing mindless ancient danger. Ministry Task Force, institutional threat becoming more personal. Tom Riddle's diary / young Voldemort, intellectual challenge to Harry's worldview. The ancient entity reveals its true intentions, setting up the final conflict. Key scenes. Harry negotiating with the basilisk instead of fighting it. Tactical use of system abilities to evade Ministry detection. Emotional confrontation with friends who fear what Harry is becoming. Destruction of the diary. Horcrux using a method only possible with Harry's unique powers. Public display of abilities during a critical moment, changing his status forever. Chapter 5, Infinite Potential. Main plot points. Harry now known publicly as having unique abilities. The ancient entity reveals itself as the creator of the system, testing Harry. Voldemort accelerates his plans to return, sensing a greater threat in Harry. Ministry divided between those who want to control Harry and those who see him as an ally. Harry discovers the true purpose of the system, to find a worthy successor to the entity. Final confrontation involves Harry, his allies, Ministry forces, Voldemort's servants, and the ancient entity. Harry must make a choice about accepting or rejecting the full power offered by the system. Resolution that balances Harry's newfound power with his humanity and connections. Character development. Harry reaches full confidence but maintains humility. Makes choices based on values rather than power or fear. Romantic relationship solidified through mutual growth and support. Harry defines himself beyond both his famous past and his system abilities. Antagonists. The ancient entity, representing temptation of absolute power. Voldemort, dark mirror of what Harry could become. Ministry extremists, human fear of the unknown, inner conflict. Harry's greatest final battle is with himself. Key scenes. Meeting between Harry and the Minister of Magic. Confrontation with Voldemort where Harry demonstrates superior but Controlled power ancient entity offering Harry godhood and Harry's response battle sequence showcasing Harry's tactical brilliance rather than just raw power emotional resolution with friends and romantic interest epilogue showing Harry's chosen path forward with infinite potential themes to explore power and responsibility the nature of magic beyond the conventional wizarding understanding identity, being defined by choices rather than abilities fear of the unknown and different connection and humanity as strengths rather than weaknesses knowledge versus wisdom in the application of power world-building elements system interface mechanics that feel consistent but mysterious extension of canonical magic with deeper layers of ancient power political structure of how the ministry deals with magical anomalies historical references to other system users through time connection between Harry's mother's protection and the system's appearance to him this outline maintains the excitement of Harry gaining immense power while ensuring character development, varied antagonists, and emotional resonance drive the story rather than just power progression. Each chapter features different types of challenges as requested, and the structure allows for a natural progression of both abilities and stakes. The System Under the Stairs, Story Outline Story Concept Young Harry Potter discovers a mysterious magical system interface hidden in his cupboard under the stairs, granting him infinite mana and unprecedented magical abilities before he even knows about the wizarding world. As he learns to harness this power, he'll navigate Hogwarts with unique advantages, face increasingly powerful threats, and grow into a confident, strategic wizard while maintaining his humanity. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.